Alright, welcome to the stream. How we doing, everybody? Let me check something real quick. I'm going to turn on my speakers for just a moment. There we go. Okay. Good deal. Glad the mic's coming through. Had to do some reconfiguration with my audio, but it's never fun. Always have to make sure that it's working properly, though. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Start of the new week, and we're going to go back into a little Black Myth Wukong. Made some progress since last time I played. I think I mentioned it on the Ape Escape stream that we did last week, but I did end up making it past that boss. Biggest bullshit I've had to do in this game yet. Very much not fun, but I'll get into the specific details. But anyway, Yellow Brow, yeah, wasn't that fun. Got past him into the new area and fought the first kind of boss I think you're supposed to fight there, but does it feel like I haven't made that much progress in it? I did go back and did some cleanup with some of the previous areas. Turns out that like every area has like this sub boss that's pretty important. And I'm not just talking about like optional bosses that, maybe give you an item or two. This is like story element stuff. Like stuff that plays into the music videos, quote unquote, that we see. So went back and did some things in some of the previous levels. Got some new gear. I think I'm waiting for some new materials to get some more, but we'll see how it goes here. But anyway, let's go ahead and switch things over. I have to make sure okay, I think this is going to capture properly. Let's boot it on up. We might even watch that music video that ended the previous level, but yeah, kind of a pain getting through there. Again, I think one of the worst aspects of that particular boss of Yellowbrow that concluded up with Chapter 3 was that there were certain moments, two in particular, where you had to take damage. And it was big damage, too. It wasn't just, tenth of your health bar, give you a little scare. No, it was like half your health bar or more. So it was a little bit on the shitty side. And I think there were a couple things that when I went back and did some of the previous levels, maybe could have helped out a little bit. Like stuff to boost up your HP or to boost your immunity to like electricity attacks. But I don't know. At the same time, it's like that stuff wasn't necessarily at the forefront. So I'm not too sure what their idea was with that whole situation. But anyway, it turns out that old Yellowbrow, he was not, in fact, the small Buddha child, but he was using the small Buddha child's form to trick people into following him. And he was just some guy, but ended up beating him. And then the small Buddha child came out and he's like, oh yeah, he's been pretending to beat me. I was going to handle him before you guys got here, but you were a little bit too quick for me. I don't think this covers any of that, but we at least get to see the animation that happened. This one might have been the most disturbing, I think, of the animations that we've seen so far. And so far, they've all been pretty dour. So kind of hard to imagine, but that is in fact the case. Was it a body? It was a body of some kind. Made the women beautiful, sort of. I was wondering what kind of like creature monster this thing was, but I think it's one of those soft shell turtles, which I think are native to like kind of the Asia territories, maybe China. But anyway, with this, here we are back to a traditional style animation. This actually looks a little bit more... I don't know that it necessarily looks polished. I guess the first traditional animation that we saw was kind of going more for like a brush stroke inspired type deal. And I mean, this is quality stuff right here. I think some of the animations have been some of the more impressive things to come from this game.
师兄此番下界，倒是去了好久。说人话。
这回我又赢了，金蝉子。
祸乱人心，道果为因。 师兄如此执着输赢，可笑，可悲。
若不能赢，还长什么因果人心？
And you are correct. Yeah, it is a little gross. Like I said, it's one of the more disturbing, I think, animations of the three that we've seen so far. So, I did notice that going back and replaying some of the previous levels, especially that first one, I saw there was a hard connection between the animation here and I want to say it's kind of an optional boss, but one of the things I went back to. And I think that might be the case for all of them, but there's like kind of like the subplot that doesn't necessarily connect with the final boss of the area. And I think that might be the case with this one. I would need to go back into the mountain area and converse maybe with that dragon guy that needed the resurrection pill, if we remember from the previous stream. Because I didn't see anything else. I pretty much cleared out everything. That was a huge level. It was so big. But anyway, I don't know. We might need some more context for that. I'm not too sure that ties in specifically with Yellowbrow, but whatever the case may be, you can see the warning of greed being taught here, and also maybe our soft shell turtle monster isn't quite as guiltless as we might think. I don't know. But anyway, let's get back into the game. I actually forgot to switch over the dub from the Chinese to the English. Every time I play this game on my own, I always go back to the Chinese dub just so I could hear what some of the characters sound like. I did notice coming back through here, there's this temple area, of course. So we go up through it, and then we fight Yellowbrow at the very end at the top. I did notice in some of the areas there were some hidden stuff, some items. So I managed to get that. Also the horse fella, which last we saw was in the desert. He was up here. It seems like he may possibly have given up his quest for helping his king or something, so that's unfortunate. But he said, oh yeah, you know, Yellowbrow has shown me the way. Maybe I'll just drink away my problems or something along those lines. And so he stayed at the temple last I saw him. I don't know if there's been any changes, but I did visit him after beating Yellowbrow, so might have something to do with it. Anyway, we've gotten into this new area for Chapter 4. I think we saw maybe the intro of it when I was... Oh, no, we didn't, because I didn't beat Yellowbrow last time. So we went into this area. It looks a little bit different. It's still kind of like a mountainous terrain, so not something super new, but it does take place during the night, so that's interesting. It seems like all the enemies are based off of insects and arachnids. First boss I fought was a woman that turned into a giant spider. Beat her on the first try, so it wasn't too hard. That was good. But yeah, some of the enemies here are pretty brutal. All bug related, and then maybe like a couple humanoid demon types. But lots of spiders, lots of like wasps and flies. There's even some Mothmen. The Mothmen have been like the toughest ones so far, so hopefully we don't run into them too often, but we'll see how it goes. This is the arena where the arachnid lady was fought. Kind of see the webbing and stuff around here. I think I've been kind of thorough as I've been coming up through this area, so hopefully there's nothing that I've missed, but I guess the time for that will be like when I'm not streaming this, because pretty much when I'm streaming I just want to go straight for the goal. Oh, our little warthog friend came with us along the way, and he was kind of helping out in some of the battles. He helped out during the boss battle here, walking alongside from the beginning of the level, but when I finished this boss fight, he got shot in the eye by the spider's stinger, which didn't seem so good, and then he just kind of like angrily went forward. So I don't know if he's just like gone now until later, maybe we gotta rescue him, or if he'll pop up shortly after this, who knows. I have not stepped foot past this point here. It's been an interesting game, though. I do feel like I kind of want to wrap it up, but these games tend to be a little bit on the longer side. I did take a look on how long to beat, as is my usual go-to. And I don't know, I think average was like 40 hours or something like that, just for like straight story and stuff. So we'll see how it goes. We did see, I think during the last stream, that Buddha room where it had like the murals on there. I think we saw like 7 total chapters, and we're working on 4 here. So I don't know what it's going to be like to get through the rest of them. The first 2 chapters were, you know, decently sized, but that last one that we did in the kind of winter area, that took so long. Like, if I could get a chapter done per stream, I guess I'd be happy with that, but I don't know if it's going to be possible, if they're all going to be the same length as the previous chapter. Hopefully a couple of these will be a little on the shorter side. Celestial Jade Lotus Pill. Miraculous Pill can see my god longevity. What does it do? Increases maximum health. Gotcha. Nice. I did go through and unloaded some of my mind cores and upgraded some of the wine stuffs so that we're a little bit more beefed up this time around getting into this level. I was kind of ignoring that for a bit. Wasn't giving it too much credence or attention. Oh. I was going to say, hopefully you don't get stuck to that. Oh well. Well, something happened. Webbed hollow. guess we're okay, though. Anti-miasma, longevity decoction. I know there's the... This doesn't look like it goes too far in, so... Get this up before we get to the shrine. Kuo Jin Yin belt hook. I guess I'll see what that does. Also, how many sparks do I got? I got 5. Might take a look at that in a bit. Moderately increases poison resistance. Since they gave that to me, I wonder if that might be something I want to equip. I wonder how many enemies are going to be doing poison type stuff here. Let's just offer incense at the shrine and then we'll determine that later. What sort of medicines can I make? What's the new one? Celly grants focus for a short duration. It's not necessary, I think. Not right now, anyway. Oh. Don't fall off. I don't even know what that was. Ryu Hayabusa 62. This game looks interesting so far. It has been. Not perfect by any means, but I've enjoyed it, and I think it's had some pretty high highs. But yeah, interesting is definitely a good word for it. It is that. Puppet trick. Can you discern the outer guise? Who cares when hidden from our eyes? When up high, what use retains? Puppets dance, its fleeting gains. Yeah, I still don't know what that is. Is it like a demon with a egg sac on the back? I'm not too sure. It looks gross, but I guess that's kind of the theme. Everything sort of looks gross in this area. They're all bugs. Chuckin, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Level continues on that way, but it looks like we could go up here. There's something on the crossing. I guess I'll go back here and see what there is. Maybe there's something useful we could pick up before moving on too far. I think this is one of the Mothmen. Freshly hatched. I don't think well, I guess I must have seen one before then, because maybe not that particular variant, but... No journal entry popped up, so I'm guessing we must have seen it. Oh, pfft. The guy got me long range from that distance. These guys are annoying, firing at me from so far, but probably not a good idea just to run past other enemies. I don't want to like a gang of these guys stalking me. Dodged like twice thinking he was going to fire. He held on to that shot for a while. Little bastard. Yeah, lock on ain't exactly helping there. No. I will say the one good thing about the poison in this game, and it seems like it doesn't last too long. I feel like with other games, like particularly like Souls type stuff, like the Dark Souls series in particular, they seem to have a little more longevity to their toxins and poisons and stuff. This one doesn't last too long. It doesn't take out that much health.
Who goes there?
It's me, the monkey. Alright. I don't even think there's anything over here worth fighting that guy for. Oh, shit. I guess experience is its own reward. Oh, you're still alive. Damn it. Hate it. What, just like the area? Or the bugs? Yeah, normally poison ain't that much of a problem, but I guess the frequency that you have enemies actually poisoning you, it's not that great. Do I have a... hold on. I don't have one equipped. Damn. I might have to start equipping that. I don't think we're going to need any shot quellers, so... Anti-miasma. Let's do that. Ugh. Doesn't even look like there's anything to be gained here. It's just been nothing but caverns, webs, and enemies. No items, no bonuses. Here's something. It's a blue type enemy, so he's got a soul for us. Shit. Oh, man. I changed the immediate transformation from the big headband to something else. Something I thought would do more damage. I figured I didn't need the defense boost either. But the only problem is it takes some time getting used to the timing for it, because it's one of those attacks where it like unsheathes a slash from a sword. And it's a little bit less immediate than the headbutt. Alright. At least we beat him. Beetle Captain. Hell, I think I might have even changed the long form transformation. It used to be Red Tides. It was that wolf man. But yeah, I changed it to the monkey. We got the macaque captain during the last chapter. I changed it to him. I think he's a little bit more powerful. He could execute a handful more moves. The only thing is that once you get like, it's like you have to attack a certain amount of times, but then you unlock a decent attack with the wolf guy, and it's like getting that has saved my ass during a couple boss battles. I'm not sure if the Macaque Captain's going to be quite as good, but we could hope. I see that guy up there. I want to see if this guy can aggro a little bit further in. Come on, sir. It's just like some of the regular demon types. I did make a slight other change to some of the light combos. I was taking a look at some of the unlockable things that we could get, and there's some good stuff for the quick combos. Some stuff I probably should have had early on, but neglected to actually get. Things like it's harder to interrupt quick combos. You can dodge and then still execute a combo, continue on through with it instead of having to restart it. I had the damage booster one if you did the entirety of a combo, but a lot of the other little stuff, it adds up. It becomes pretty helpful, and I just wasn't grabbing it. Oh boy, I don't know. I mean, this is a route we could take. I don't know if I should take it, though. It seems like I'm skipping out on some other stuff, but at the same time, we worked a little hard to get through here, so maybe I should just go down. I don't think there's anything else we can investigate at this point. At least not in the immediate area. Hopefully there'll be a shrine soon enough. I could teleport back to the other one if I feel the need to. Jumping down these areas definitely feels more like progress, though. Instead of just aimlessly wandering around the upper area. There's a shrine. It's guarded by a moth. I think we got enough MP and stuff. Probably could take him pretty easy. Make sure I take care of the ones that are around the area, though. I don't want to get swept up into a battle with 5 different guys. Gotcha. Even got a mind core from him. I have to check also. Is there anything new I could buy? I need that fine gold thread. That's what's holding me back on getting the rest of my armor set. Some other stuff too. Maximum stamina for long duration. Shock resistance. I mean, the fact that they're giving it or selling it probably means it's going to come into play at some point, but I just don't see that I need it like right now. I also spent like a shitload of money on upgrades too, so I was kind of out of it for a minute. I suppose the only other gold thread that we might be able to get is from pickups or treasure chests or something like that. So it would kind of suck. Holy cow, we got a raid coming in from Haikiri. What does that say? Oh, you know what? I was like, what is that giant wall of text? What's going on, Haikiri? Welcome in, guys. How we doing? We're doing a little Black Myth Wukong right now. Just getting the stream started, so really haven't done too much. How you doing, sir? I forgot I gave Frosty Tools a try. I found it on Kitsune's stream. I'm like, what is that? Is that AI? He's like, yeah, I just installed it. Super easy to do. What does this even say?
Extra, extra, read all about it. Haikiri, king of WWE gaming, is sitting in the hot seat. Oh, that's my emote. It didn't quite get it. Professional trash talker is undeniably unbeatable, proving it time and again in their recent broadcasts, from Fortnite to Rogue. I guess it's just Rogue. I don't know what Rogue is by itself. They're inspiring and thriving while staying focused on their dreams. Don't miss out on the variety streamers, 18 plus content, available in both English and Espanol.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Hi, Carrie. How are we doing tonight? Mr. Slams, welcome in. Again, we're just getting started on Little Black Myth Wukong. I got chapter 4 going on here. Very bug-ridden. And I don't mean that the game is buggy, although it does seem to be laggy right now. I do mean that there's a number of bug-type enemies that we've been fighting, so it's been kind of interesting. Thank you for that raid, though. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, Haikiri just has to flip on the Espanol switch, and you get the Spanish setting. In Telemundo. I mean, hey, the AI ain't perfect, but the fact that I got that, I didn't write that, and it didn't grab any. I mean, it grabbed snippets from Haikiri's profile, I'm sure, but you know, it wasn't like a scripted thing. So the fact that it could get that much out of it, I mean, that's pretty accurate to Haikiri. I think it's impressive. There's some other features that come with it. I got to look into it a little bit more, but it was funny. I saw it on someone else's stream, and I'm like, I got a kick out of that. Yeah, give it a try. Oh, shit. Anyway, Gary, hope your stream went well. I know you were playing Fortnite a little bit before I got on. I took a peek into your stream, but couldn't stay that long since the only time I had was just getting set up on Twitch here, so that is generally how it goes. A little bitch. Hopefully in the next few days here, I am looking like kind of busy, but I think I'm going to clear up a little bit of work pretty soon here. Probably by tomorrow I'll finish up with all my extra stuff, so I'll have a little bit more time on my hands to seek out and investigate some other things going on. More hobby-interested stuff. Play a little Visions of Mana and check out some people on Twitch. Should be interesting. Visions of Mana has been pretty good too, I gotta say. Super impressed with the visuals. I think the visuals and the soundtrack are definitely the high points for me. I haven't gotten too far, just got Morley in the party. It's not really anything too significant, I'm sure, but it's such a good game. The last Mana game that came out, I was impressed with the visuals, but I don't know. I wasn't in the mood for it at that time, and I feel like this time around might be something I'd be willing to dedicate more time to. I do hope that I could finish it before October, though. It is wishful thinking, considering it is an RPG, but we shall see. I don't like the look of this. I don't even know if I could, like... They're targetable. Oh, no, they do have health bars. Slow and steady. This one in the back is just beating around all the other ones. Oh, I got 2 for 1. Nice. Somebody's saying something. Sounds like they're saying big day. I thought it might be my friend for a second, but that doesn't really sound like him. Oh, that must be Vale. Vale into the raid, thank you. Welcome in. How we doing, everybody? Good to see you, Vale. Thank you for that raid. I appreciate that. Let me take a look. I'm going to take a look at what the thing says. We'll do it again, because... Well, 1, I just got this voice mod thing working again, but 2, we did it for Ikiri. We could do it for Vale, too. What is this?
Evolution, the better half of Haikiri, is sitting in the hot seat and ready to show him how it's done. This dynamic duo is taking Twitch by storm with their Fortnite, Overcooked 2, and spooky games galore. They're even raising funds for charity. Don't miss out on the action, folks. It's a real humdinger.
There you go. There's like several. I hated all the options. All of the options were like terrible sounding. There was one where you could sort of like customize it yourself, and I was wondering what it was, but I didn't have enough time to kind of like look into it, so I didn't. But oh, you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate the raid and everybody that came in. Thank you, guys. Oh yeah, we got one of these guys, didn't we? The Beetle Captain. But anyway, I don't know. There was like you could do a super nerdy AI, or you could do a detective, or you could do a military guy. I think I looked at the military guy to see what like the parameters were, and it was just like, oh, he's like super edgy and he's ready to cut throat at any moment. And I'm like, oh, okay, no, I don't think I want that one. It's a real slobber knocker. Oh. What the hell? I think they are saying big day. It also looks like they're lanterns. Anyway, this game is very unusual, but it was very fun. Been very interesting to look at.
Big day. Big day.
No, it was their big day.
I heard there's a great treasure hidden within. You seem smart. Why
It's a
don't you
new
take a
day.
chance
Yes,
inside?
it is. Or it's at least a big one. I don't know. Oh, she's gone. I don't know if I want to just like go in there and do that. Is there something else that could be done? Okay. I don't know, that fighting Mothman is the better alternative. Well, there's a route back this way, but I get the feeling like, oh yeah, that does. This leads us back to the... See, this was the... That was the more straightforward path, and we just went all the way around. Alright, well, if it does end up being something hazardous, I guess the shrine is right there, so whatever. But I'm not, like... at 100% here. I don't don't think I want to touch any of that. What else is over here? Is there something past this area? I don't know what that is. I don't like the look of that. Alright, hold on. Nothing happened. Maybe this is safe. Huh, purple veined peach pit. Okay. Gold Ridge Beast. Enhanced ginseng pellets. Okay, more enhanced ginseng pellets. Well, that wasn't that bad. Watch it like be some sort of parameter. If a Zhang River Goddess gourd, be some sort of parameter that ups like the durability of a boss or something. No, it wasn't that one. Oh no, it was this one. Each sip recovers 36 of maximum HP. When at full health, using the gourd recovers a moderate amount of mana. Oh wait, no, these are just the things that I already have. Never mind. Or is it? Oh yeah, no, it is. It's the soaks that I have. Weird. Okay, whatever. Don't mean shit to me, man. Elder Armor Worm. That was a bad strategy. I just kind of like went right into it. Proto Armor Worm. Huh. I get the feeling like that was the Mothra larva to the like Mothra moth. Might see a bigger version of that at some point. What is this? Metamorphosis of armor worm is contingent upon their host. However, once morphed, these worms lose the ability to reproduce. Every boon has its bane, every loss leads to gain. How poetic. Alright. No, that wasn't the hardest thing ever, but again, that might just be a precursor to something else, something worse. And where's the chick that hit the big day lanterns? And what was going on with the big day lanterns? What were they? Why was it a big day? I'm curious. Someone needs to explain these things to me. Alright, it's been a while since we've actually used the shrine. I even offered incense at the shrine without actually using the damn thing. It didn't rest. Okay, so we got new soaks available. These can give our gourd attributes when we heal. Massively increase the health recovery from using the gourd when at critical health. Oh. Well, if critical health is like when it sort of flashes red, that's typically when I use health. So that might be useful. Using the gourd slightly increases the small amount of defense for a short duration. And what do I have? When a full health recovers mana. Oh, you know what? I always thought that just recovered mana. I guess I didn't read it closely enough. I thought that recovered mana regardless. That explains why I never recover any mana, because I never use it when I'm full health. Alrighty, hi Kiri, we'll see you when you're back. That's a rock solid one. Slowly recovers a small amount of health. Using the gourd can no longer be interrupted by incoming attacks. Now provides considerable damage reduction. Oh, I do like that actually. The damage reduction is nice, but also being able to like use the gourd and not have it knocked out of your hand or whatever. That's happened a couple times. It doesn't happen too often, but it sucks when it does. So I think I like that. I mean, whenever I'm at critical health, I almost regain all my HP anyway, just because of the additional parameters that I have. But I gotta say, the mana one isn't all that helpful. So maybe I will do the critical health heal boosting one. Just because it seems like it might actually be useful, given how I play. Alright, so let's move on. Oh boy, okay. That looks like a soul enemy. Maybe I should go that way. Looking at the rest of this, though, I think this is... maybe not. Because we had to drop down to get here. I thought this kind of looked like the area that we kind of first started in. Maybe I should go that way. I've been kind of considering what my options are going to be for what I stream during October. We're getting there. I mean, I know that September just started, but it's going to be over before you know it. There was one indie game. It was a free deal. It was a little anthology collection of games that looked real interesting. I think I want to do that, kind of to start things off. It's kind of like how we did. Oh, I didn't rest, did I? Shit. That which gave chase, anyway, is what I was thinking of. We did that which gave chase kind of at the start of October last year. That was pretty fun. There is another enemy here. missed that? This guy's so big and his attacks are so sweeping that having the lock on actually kind of hurts.
I alone am the true suitor in this case.
What? True suitor? Maybe that woman that pointed out the treasure is looking for somebody. Anyway, that was weird. Hold on. Let's do some things real quick here. All right.
You'll serve for me.
Okay. Where were we? We went this way. Thought I saw another one. I guess they do have rocks on their backs, so they kind of blend in a little bit. I think they could probably detect me if I stand behind here. Maybe. Maybe not. I do want to fight that guy again, but I want to make sure that everybody in the surrounding area is cleared out before I do, because I don't want any unexpected surprises like last time. Ah, come on. Didn't take your anti-miasma powder. Oh shit. I think he's stuck. The scorpion one. So that kind of works to my advantage. He still might be able to do some long range, though. Oh no, he dug underground. Well, we almost had it. There's the poison jetting out of that thing, so... Took him a while to die. Alright, we got him. And even better... Well, I don't know, the Scorpion Prince might be good enough, but... We got this, vine here. Oh, thank you. Scared me. We got the vine that can upgrade our gourd. Or wait, no, it upgrades the wine, I guess. Either way, gourd related. The weird looking heads. Seems to be kind of the more hidden path. I guess I'll go up this way. Guy's strolling around like he owns the place. Not a care in the world. Mirage pill. Those might be my least favorite enemy types. They're tough, but then they got the poison spurting ability that's kind of annoying. Even the moths, which I kind of griped about earlier, it's like... They do a decent amount of damage, they got a lot of health, but I don't know. They're not as tricky to kind of get into. Spiders, you gotta watch out where you're coming from with them. What's this? Worry-free brew.
Hello, what have we here?
I don't know what that means, but might be interesting. What does he do? Scorpion Prince. Okay. Pretty quick. Stab with the stinger. Fill your tail, pierce through foes, inject venom into the ground, deal poison damage to a small area. Foes standing within the area take more damage. And the additional effect is moderately increases poison damage. What was the effect with this one? Why did I want this one? Increases critical damage. Okay. I do like my crits after all. 8% ain't bad either. Alright. Increases movement speed. 24 maximum health. When at critical health, massively increases the recovery. Oh, it's another thing. It's like the additive that we put in, but it's just part of the wine in this case. Oh, you know what? I don't know if I upgraded this one, but I noticed that the upgrade, it actually didn't do... It's not a straight up boost, unfortunately. So the upgrade I thought was going to be, okay, so it recovers 20% health immediately, and then 25 over a period of time. So I thought, okay, maybe the next upgrade it'll do, let's say, 25% health immediately, and then do, maybe still 25% over a duration. That seems fair, right? No, the upgrade is it recovers less health instantly, and it recovers slightly more health, maybe like 30% or something over time. So, kind of disappointing. I guess I didn't anticipate it to do that. But I don't know if I'm going to put the upgrade. It requires so many vines though. There's like one vine per area I've seen, and then I have the ability to buy like a couple of them, but they're pretty hard to come by. So I don't know if I want to use any upgrades on that particular brew. And there's this short duration after using Gore inflicts a poisoned state to the destined one himself. What? Why would I want that? Inflicts a poisoned state to the destined one himself. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of bonus effect that happens when you're poisoned. That doesn't seem like a good idea to me, though, but alright. I guess that's it. Anything else in here? Some cool noises. I guess that's always fun. Ah, she's back.
Blast this talisman! Those old rascals.
You rascals.
On your feet already, are you? Best keep clear of this mess. It's for your own good. Go find the pig before it's too late.
Ah. Yeah, the pig would be nice. Hey. I can remove those. I mean, I don't know. It seems like she's willing to help, but maybe it's like a means to an end kind of thing. I don't know if I should be pulling off the talismans if they're preventing her from getting at whatever it is. Perhaps we don't want her to get whatever it is. Ah, damn, I should have healed there. Son of a bitch. I forget that those little willpower points, they restore your gourd. Even if I think just by like one sip, but still, it's worth it. One of those armor worms, maybe? Minor armor worm. Before it lands, toils and spins, weaving cocoons, its work begins. Unable to transform and soar, it falls into the net once more. Getting hit from behind. It's a bit of a jump. Oh, shit. Got bumped up there a little bit. At least we got a mine core. was going to say, not ideal knocking an enemy into a new area. You never know what's going to pop up, but... there is the meditation point here, so maybe it's not all bad. Meditate while you're poisoned. Maybe it'll, like, drain it out. That was another thing I was searching for when I was going back and doing some cleanup work in the previous levels, seeing if there's any meditation points, because there was a few in the journal. I think I cleaned up all on the mountain, and then Yellowwind Ridge, still missing 2 from the ice area. I got 6 in the webbed hollow here. That seems like a lot for something that's mostly just caves, but alright. Cave so far. I guess when we started this level out, it was slightly more open. Licorice. Get out of here. Oh. It's a weird looking shrine, but it's all covered in webs. Ew. Instantly grants a large amount of focus. I don't think I need to make any of those. Big old chest just to have that hanging out in the open. Cold iron leaves. Upgrade materials, but nothing I need right now. Haven't needed cold iron leaves, I think, since chapter 2. There we go. It's like, how do I get back up? Oh, we haven't seen these guys for a minute. They were back on the mountain, first level. It is one of the handful of things that I find really impressive with this game, is that, especially for a first installment, there is a lot of enemies. And I mean, I guess when you think about like Dark Souls and such, typically each area is going to have its own unique enemies, but with a lot of the clones, doesn't always seem to be the case. Not every game that, you know, kind of does a mimicry of any sort of action-adventure type RPG, they don't always make new enemies per each area, and I would say largely it's the case that there are new enemies. I mean, you know, evidence right there. I was surprised to see an enemy from an old area reused here. This looks like it might be a boss. The hell is that? Ugh. Shit. I was trying to freeze it. Damn it! It counted as a freeze. I don't think it took any mana from me, but... Ew, what is that? Oh shit. I thought I was gonna come back for another pass, so I was getting ready to do a hit. Ah, I hate to lose the charge. And he's just standing there. That one looked more daunting than it actually was. Probably about as hard as like some of the... Well, I got a soul from this. About as hard as the other typical soul delivering enemies. Got a not avoidness from this one as well. Gold tree core. I don't know what that... Centipede Gwai spirits. Gold tree core. I remember using that for something. Thank you. Let's check something out here. Alright. Oh, you know what? I think the gold tree cores were used for weapon creation. I think that's what it was. I guess the rest of that's all just arena. This seems to be the only way out. Oh. Thought that was an NPC for a second. Oh, a while back I was going to talk about some of the stuff I had been thinking about doing for October, but I completely forgot. I think we got wrapped up in a little side battle there. But yeah, anyway, there was an indie game. I forget the name of it. I think it was like some kind of VHS collection or something like that. One of those. But I saw gameplay of it, and it looked pretty good. So I think we might be doing that. Vanessa, thank you for coming in here. How you doing? Probably in on the High Courier Veil raid, thank you. Your evening's going well. But there's a number of series. I've been meaning to go back to Resident Evil. I think that's probably been one of the longer ones since we've revisited that. But a couple of games I wanted to do there. Still haven't streamed the original Resident Evil 3. I've only ever played that once in my life. So Wouldn't mind going back to doing that. I've always wanted to re-stream Resident Evil 7 since the first time I streamed it, it looked awful. I kind of wanted a second pass at it, but I don't know if I'm in the mood for it. I think last year I was kind of feeling it, but I'm not too sure about this time around. Pig? Is that you?
Grim and dire is this land.
It's the horse.
I came here from the New West for the wisdom of the 100-eyed one.
Guess he didn't give up on his quest.
Doors and made me prisoner in this lair. Tales speak of these insatiable spider guys. They could use a strong male like me to consume and practice. Much I owe you today, my friend. Without your help, along the way, I would see no more of the Flaming Mountains.
No problem at all. Now, when you say consume and practice...
Ever heard tell of the Destined One, my friend?
I think that's
say
me.
He marches and fights on a quest to bring back the Great Sage.
The Great Sage and my king once swore a brotherhood. After the Sage fell, the king dismissed every one of us. He became someone, not himself. If the Destined One is really the one who can bring back the Sage, he can count on my humble support.
Well, I mean, standing right here, bud.
My plea for aid was met only with silence along this path. But in turn, I've sinned through it all.
My mind is made, friend. I shall rely on none but myself. If none shall aid, I will act on my own. Should our paths cross at the Flaming Mountains, we'll toast to our reunion. Now, take great care.
Let me check something out here. Oh, maybe it's this. There we go. I don't know if that ups my mic volume substantially just on its own, but for a while, it's been sounding like my mic's been super quiet, but I think it's been on my end. I don't know. If the game is drowning me out, be sure to let me know, but I think that was mostly just my compressor being weird. I've been kind of messing around with it lately.
My plea for aid was met only with silence along this path. But in turn, I've sinned through it all.
She is good, people like her.
My mind is made, friend. I shall rely on none but myself. If none shall aid, I will act on my own. Should our paths cross at the Flaming Mountain now.
I guess we heard all that already. I don't know. This guy seems like he means well, but I get the feeling like we're going to fight at some point. He also seems to be a bit naive. I guess we're still looking for our pig friend. Simply falling over is an attack now. At least when these things are concerned. Yeah, this place is so gross. It does remind me of like bad summers, just like bugs coming in droves. Swarms. It's finally started to cool down this month a bit. I feel like from May up into August, it was just like super hot. Like I've been getting, I mean, it's been a bit of a heat wave. It's been a bitch to deal with. Especially at night when streaming and everything. It's one of the benefits of streaming at night also around here is that the temperature goes down at least by, a handful of degrees. But past couple nights, I don't know, we've been getting into the 60s and such, so I've been fine with that. Today, still kind of up there. We're sort of in the 90s Fahrenheit-wise, as far as the temperature is concerned. I want to say last week wasn't that bad. We had a couple days that kind of stuck into the 70s, so that was a relief. But most of them were in the 80s. Just hope that it doesn't, like, continue to trend upward, though. I want definitive proof that fall has finally come. I will say last winter, though, it seemed like there was a number of ants that were, like, trying to force their way in. I remember having a handful of traps set out for them, because I'd see them every once in a while in, like, November. What the hell are you doing here? It's too cold. Go burrow somewhere else. But they got in, by golly. I've been super persistent this year about spraying pesticide around the perimeter of the house, though, so I have not seen quite as many creepy crawlies and weird oddities trolling around the area as I did the previous year. First couple of years I lived in this house, when I first moved in here, I don't remember a single problem. Remember the air conditioning worked real good. It's nice and cool. I had it running, and in the summertime it would hit 65. It's beautiful. No bugs. Nothing. Alright. I guess we'll remove it and see what happens. It's an interactive object. Nothing happened. Alright. Get something else that we can make a medicine with? Or is that just something else that cropped up? I guess I don't see anything. I mean, there had to have been something there, but I don't know what it was. I think I might have scrolled over it immediately, or maybe it was the first thing that was in the menu. Alright, so... Don't think I'm... you know what? I could rest, I guess. There wasn't necessarily anything close by. And I don't think I'm going to be, like, backtracking at this point. Is that a hand? Buddha's right hand. Whoa! Oh. This is a weird boss. Oh, don't you... I know what that pose is. I've done that to a number of things. Flick me. I'll flick you back. Shit. Damn. I dodged him, but I didn't get the hit bonus. Shit. It's always moving back. Oh, that's the head of it. I see the long arm on the back. Shit. It's the battle of the Master Hand. Now it's the Master Bug. Look at that face. Ugh. Buddha's right hand. Yes, do you need something else?
I've laid your path for you.
Thanks.
But where will my path be? From now on, we're both on our own.
Alright. I mean, I didn't ask you to do that.
Tell me, monkey, what's it like out there? Beyond these mountains?
It's pretty cool. I mean, honestly, I think most of what we've seen is more mountains, but at least the biomes are slightly different. The hell's a past echo? I guess I should let it scroll through the items. Buddha's right hand is a material. Might be a weapon or something. I gotta check, because there was a number of weapons that I potentially unlocked to be crafted, and they all just needed, like, particular items. Buddha's right hand. The hand that plucked lotus from waters pristine, of the same species, yet not of the same egg, it seems, who could discern right from left in life's uncertain scheme. In this tangled web, truth and illusion gleam. Been getting a lot of these. Offerings to the silkworm deity. With their use indiscernible for now, it is wise to accept them all as given. Then we got this. That mirror that was tempting us with. When the Yellow Emperor visited the Queen Mother of the West, he crafted 12 mirrors as offerings. Among these, one had a unique ability to reflect the body's internal organs. Known as the bone-reflecting mirror, this mirror was once prized in the Qin court before it disappeared. Alrighty. Very hand that once plucked the lotus from the pristine water is now severed and lying about. Not knowing what use it may serve, it is advised to stow it for now. Oh, it is in the craftables. Maybe we can make a staff that's got a hand on the end of it. It can grab things for us. Did I just miss that? Oh yeah, I guess it goes from down here. Exactly like a sticky hand. Once you get from the little vending machines. used to love those things, even though they'd never grab anything. Felt like Spider-Man if you like the one thing they could grab was like a piece of paper or something. So you just like sling it out. Two of them, and I'd sling them across the walls in a hallway. Felt like I was web slinging or something. I don't know, which way should I go? The bridge seems interesting, but then it also seems like there's some kind of pagoda or something down the other way. I guess it seems like we could come back from the bridge. So maybe I'll go this way. Unless this breaks. Find it odd that those bamboo charms or chimes or whatever they are there. Is that a gong or just a wheel? It's interesting, whatever it is. Ancient Chinese artifacts. Treasure chest back here. Reminds me of Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. Which, God, I really want a new Indiana Jones game. I hope that one coming out in December, that Great Circle game, is decent. It just has to be decent. It doesn't have to be great, doesn't have to be amazing. It just has to be serviceable, and I'll be happy. But, I don't know. Oh, Bethesda's not making it themselves. It's a production of theirs. I mean, Machine for Games seems relatively reliable. Mostly. Kinda. I mean, their first couple of forays into the Wolfenstein were decent. And then... the Wolfenstein 2 is not great. Well, no, you know what? The gameplay was good, but the writing was awful. And then I heard a lot of bad things about the Youngblood one, I think it was called. Thought about getting it too, because I wanted a good, like, co-op game, but I heard that even the co-op was just frustrating, so I was like, maybe not. But, you know, it is one of those things, like, I haven't played it myself. Son of a bitch. Does that outright kill me? Yeah, it does, damn it. I haven't outright played it myself, so I can't judge. It's just hearsay, but I heard enough bad things about it where I was like, maybe I don't want to get that. I gotta walk all the way through this hall to get back. Cross the hand and everything. I should have just fully charged the staff strike. Probably would have been better for me. Anyway, what worries me about that one, the co-op game that they made, and I don't know, I don't think I've even taken a look at the developers. Maybe that was like a B team, or maybe they had help with somebody else, but what I had heard about that one was that it was also poorly optimized and glitchy, and the game mechanics didn't work all that well, but it was more in a sense for like the co-op experience. It didn't seem to perform all that great, so... You know, maybe getting back into a single-player situation might not be too bad. The other thing I kind of find weird about it is that it's going to be a first-person, which, you know, I guess that would be the first instance where there'd be a Indiana Jones game in first person. So it'll be unique, at least. However, I don't know. I'm much more in line with the idea that Indiana Jones should be third person. Honestly, the Emperor's Tomb one was really, really good. Kind of. Maybe really, really good isn't quite proper, but it was... I'm worried I'm going to fall off if I do this. I don't know what I should do there. It seems like a bad idea to try and fight him. So maybe I should just run through after hitting that first one. But then again, could knock me off. I think the thing that sucks most about this, you gotta walk all the way through the Hand of Buddha Hall to get back to where you were. I forget who developed that game too. It wasn't purely LucasArts, but with the Emperor's Tomb game, they made, whoever the core devs of it was, they made a Buffy the Vampire Slayer game, and I it was based off of the TV show from the 90s or 2000s. Wasn't a fan of that show. I think I probably caught it every once in a while when it was on, but I wasn't really paying attention to it. So didn't super appeal to me, but just because the developers had made Emperor's Tomb, and I forget which came first, to be quite honest. It might have been the Buffy game, I don't know. But just because those devs ended up making Emperor's Tomb, and I heard that Emperor's Tomb and the Buffy game have a very similar combat system, I was interested in playing it. Going back to October, might be something I look into doing. I doubt in this day and age that there's going to be many people that are going to be fans of the Buffy TV show. There might be a few out there, I don't know. But from a gameplay perspective, I am curious. When I got it, I did test it out for a little bit though, and it seemed kind of hard. So I don't know what it's going to be like. Trying to see here if there's any other moves or something I can do. This is the one that gets me the most reach, but it also puts me in danger because you could fall right off this thing. The other problem with using this, I was trying to face straight down the middle and forward, but you automatically kind of target the nearest enemy, which I mean is great for, oh son of a bitch. I'm gonna move on. I don't think I'm gonna try to go down there. I was trying to roll backwards, but anyway, great for just random melee moments, but when you're trying to have a little bit of precision here or something like that, it's a little hard to do. I don't know. It might be a case where it's easier, because I'm sure there's a transformation or something like that where it affects a big wide area. Maybe a flamethrower type attack or something would be handy. I mean, the only thing about that is that, with those transformation ones, you only get one chance to actually execute that, and then you gotta let it recharge again. But if there was something like that could get rid of a number of them in kind of a wide area, I think that would probably be the best option. Otherwise, I don't think that any of my immediate attacks are going to be working for this. Let's just go down this way and see what's up. The only problem is, it's like it seems so difficult to get down that little bridge, whatever it is. I would have to think that something decent must be over there. But I don't want to waste time just continually falling. Oh, he got mind warped or something. Big day.
Shut it! Stupid thing, faster!
Hurry, hurry! They're here!
So excited about the wedding. Been dreaming about yours. Holy crap. Dad! Stop it!
So when that guy said suitor, he was actually saying suitor. Wasn't sure if I misheard him or not.
Apologies for keeping you waiting, sisters.
Wow, is he really the one Mother's been expecting? I thought he would have met her.
He's not much to look at. But as long as Mother is happy.
Not much of a looker, but quite a fighter though. Had to use Mother's ancestral vessel to take him down. Still aching.
Aren't you diligent? Such a rare catch. Why not let us sisters have it first?
Think before you talk. This is the one Mother is set on. One scratch. And none of us would like the results.
What would this marriage change? We are bound to this ill place one generation after another. Even you like this farce. Go. Go ahead and wash.
Sisters, the feast is yet to start. Don't tell me you're drunk already.
Right, he's nothing but Mother's meal. No need to make a big fuss over him. Here, he is all yours.
You've done great.
Wait. Mother has grown soft with age, and the girls are too young to know better. But can't you see it's all wrong?
Yes, but try to think from her position. We're her children. This is what we do.
But I am on her side. For decades, she's been tortured by her womb, all thanks to this dumb thing. And yet, she still wants to marry him. No! I can't do this anymore.
Love is not about forgiving or getting even. It is never a fair game. It's about two souls woven together by fate.
But
I don't know what's going on. Outside of, I know there's a wedding that's going to happen. I don't know if Pigman is going to be the suitor or what.
Her obsession today.
Have you told Uncle?
Now there's an uncle involved.
Let's worry about that later. Though her joy is borrowed, it's still joy before it's returned.
We've introduced too many characters already. I've not seen any of these women except for the one in the green.
Come with me. Ahead is Mother's chamber. Now listen carefully for your own good. Mother is usually nice. Only she prefers to dine alone. You wouldn't want to disturb her. And don't look at her in the face, especially her eyes.
Hurry.
How many eyes does she have?
My words. Keep them in mind.
Go. There's no time to waste.
I have been waiting for so long.
Years up there haven't been kind to you.
You seem like one to talk.
Girls, let the feast begin!
A real feastival. Guess can't jump down there then, huh? Alright. Sometimes I forget there's stamina in this game. I got 10 sparks. Should probably commit that to something. Might take a look at him. Yeah. When I find a shrine, though. Too many of them. They're very flighty too, and I don't mean that they're flying, I mean that they're like dodging all over the place. I was about to give up because I wasn't sure one of them was actually going to get towards me. Come on, you were so close before. I don't know if it's even worth investigating the surrounding area, given how many enemies there are. It looks like we can move on from this point, so I might just do that. Seeing things. Go to. Well, it beats whatever's going on in here. I doubt the enemies can cross in. Oh, meditation spot. That's not bad. I Bet you this would end up being a dead end, though. You could work the buttons. I was thinking, I mean, you played that Remnant game. That's almost kind of similar. I guess since that one's ranged, it offers a little bit more forgiveness, I suppose. Less reaction time. I think they're... I don't know, maybe not. I thought there was a difficulty setting. I think there is, actually. I seem to remember there being a news article on that. They were interviewing the devs, and I remember them saying, one of the lead dev said, "We don't have the privilege that From Software does to not offer difficulty options." And I was like, I never thought about it like that before, but yeah, it's like From Software is like the king developer, king shit of all these devs, and it's like they could do whatever they want, and everybody will just forgive anything that they do. You know, it could be the hardest game ever, even though I don't really think that From Software games are that difficult. But, you know, everybody could think it's the hardest game in existence, but they'll say, oh, it's all right, it's a From Software game. And it's like, yeah. Not every dev. If every dev did that, there'd definitely be a lot of complaints. Oh, I got you, Vale. Well, welcome back. But anyway, I do think that there's a difficulty setting. But yeah, I mean, you know, if you don't think you'd quite be able to get it, there's a lot of, I mean, you could see just from the HUD here, there's a lot of like button combos and stuff. And I know you could remap the buttons on PS5, but yeah, that might be asking a bit much. Super fun though. It's a very fun game. Let me just like look at what the controls would be like. Yeah, it's like a bunch of combination stuff. I will say that as far as like the combos and stuff go, it's not terrible. I mean, there's a number of like different abilities that you can do, but I think you could skirt by just by tapping X primarily, every once in a while tapping Y to get a heavy attack in, and then doing a dodge. There's pretty much no blocking in this game. There is one ability where you can freeze enemies. It's kind of handy, and what sucks about that is you do have to press a combination of buttons. By default, it's going to be the R2 or right trigger, and then square or X on an Xbox controller. So, especially early on, that took a little bit of getting used to. I wasn't too on board with that. I got used to it, but, you know, if it's not within your ability to do button prompts and stuff like that on the fly, that might be a little challenging. I don't know if those custom bindings can account for like 2 button presses at once though. If it could, that might work. Well, I've never caught an enemy mid-action like that. Oh boy. Oh, he's gonna get me if I don't heal. Shit. Oh, he's got like a hand or something. He's either got a hand or a foot. I know it's a hand. Why has everybody got a hand in this? They're all bugs and got hands. No! I was just about to heal. I think he got me, though. He was almost dead. That sucks. I don't even remember where the last... I don't think we've hit a shrine since the one before the Buddha hand. So unless they give me like a lantern spot, I don't know that we're going to be...
Fucking thing sucks!
It does. Oh no! It put us all the way back here. Yeah, this is before... Yeah, this is before the hand of Buddha. Shit. It did not give me the lantern respawn. Man, I gotta wonder where a shrine is around. This is probably the longest stretch we've gone without there being another shrine. Sugar Smacks beat the hell out of you. Yeah, yeah. I think frogs are the most common, like, mid-boss. I've gotten my ass handed to me by a lot of frogs. Although I gotta say, that's the first one that's had a hand for a tongue, so I don't know. I guess that one's kind of unique. So what's up, Mythical? Good to see you. That's where we got the cutscene. I guess that accounted for most of the time, is watching the cutscene there. He thought he could get away. He thought wrong. Playing Fallout 4, I got you. Oh, no, not this room. Okay, yeah, this room sucked. What accounted for a lot of time, too, was getting through here. Maybe I could just run through it. Oh, there's a treasure chest down there. Oh, shit. Can't access it. Not bad. I've had a bit of work to get through. A little more so than usual, so I was almost tempting the idea of possibly trying to see if I could get that done and skip streaming, but I wanted to make some progress with this. I do want to see if I could beat this game within the next couple weeks. It would be nice if I could do that. But these games end up being so long. It's like that's gonna be extra wishful thinking. Alright, we got the treasure chest, so at least that's nice. Bad thing is everything else that's happening. Everything. It's all bad. Hopefully those enemies just like aggro. It's off. They stop their aggroing ways. Yeah, I remember putting Fallout 4 on my Steam Deck. It ran pretty good, but like all kind of like big 3D games, battery didn't seem to last too long. Fallout 4 was one of those games where I wanted to... It's one of those games, I guess it's kind of similar to Skyrim. It's like, I've had it for so long, I want to beat it, but they take too long for me. And then I kind of get tired of playing them after a minute. Jeez. I got comboed and I couldn't even move in that. Yeah, we did much better last time. I was kind of hoping we'd have a repeat of that. I thought I was close enough where I could get them for sure the second time, but I guess I was caught off guard. I do wonder if it's a battery thing. I mean, because I've had that kind of thing before where it was like I've had a device and the battery life wasn't that great, and I'm like, well, let me replace it with a high quality battery and see what happens. And that ends up like not having that great of a impact on it. So I don't know. On the one hand, I think it might be nice to give it a try, but on the other, it seems like an unnecessary hassle because honestly, I don't know that it's going to affect the life all that much. And to be quite honest, when I take a Steam Deck out somewhere, I'm not usually looking to play like a big-time AAA game. Usually just like an indie game that I could grind away on for a little bit. I've done it before, but not often. I had Elden Ring on it for the longest time. I think I finally took it off recently because I finally beat the game, but I played that. I remember playing that at work on a couple occasions, but that was also a case where you'd have it running for a couple hours and the battery would be pretty much dead. Maybe like if I played it for a total of 2 hours or something like that, I'd probably have like maybe 25% remaining. Honestly, what I've been using it for the most, if anything, has been for RetroArch. Super Nintendo, Genesis, Game Boy games. Got a couple arcade things on there. But that's what I put most of my time into, and it's like I could run those kinds of games for well longer than I would need to pay attention to. This is where the problem was last time. Not only did he interrupt me, he grabbed me. That missed. Got him. Quicker you throw all your shit at them, the faster the battle's over, obviously. Usually those guys you don't have to worry about keeping it drawn out. They don't tend to have like a second phase or anything. Well, we got somewhere. I don't know where this is. I don't know if this is like on the path that we needed to go to or if this is completely optional. Thank you. Third time's a charm. Okay, maybe I don't want to go that way. What? Sorry, I can't understand your bug accent. I got a weird little reverberation on him. I was complaining, like, when I first started this game, listening to the Chinese dub, all the monsters and stuff had, like, these audio effects, and I felt like most of the English dub did not have that. And then finally with this area, and maybe one or two things before it, we heard that there was like a little bit of audio engineering done with some of the English dub, but it doesn't happen often. I do feel like there was a little bit more care put into the Chinese dub. Also, everybody in the English dub is British. I don't understand that. Look at that guy. Thinks he's slick. And the only bad thing about using that pluck of many technique is that I'm completely drained of MP. Shit. It caught me on the last second there. Oh, thank God. Finally, a shrine. Okay, let me look at something that I've been meaning to look at for a little bit. We've had the ability potentially to craft some weapons. Spike Shaft Staff. Continuously gains focus for a brief moment after seeing through the enemy. Okay, I don't use that ability that much, I don't think. So, it might not be the best one. Chubai Spear. I guess I've had that. Okay, when you open up the menu, sometimes you can go in and look at some of the other things I could potentially craft. Rat Sage Staff. That's down 14 attack points. I guess that's not that great. Critical hit chance is up a little bit, but I don't think it'd be worth it. Damn. I think I'm using this Cheatin' Staff. That was made from one of the optional bosses that I had done on my own time. Or at least I think it was optional. I don't know. There's a big beetle in the desert. You had to kill it, and the rat man helped you. But the items that he dropped enabled you to make that. There's been a couple masks and things. They have like various benefits, some stat boosters in various places, but I think I have the highest. Oh, look, we do have fine gold thread. Armor rating set currently. Okay, let me make the greaves first, because that gives us a little bit more defense. Plus chill resistance, that seems nice. Cool, and we can make the arm guards too. Nice. Finally, I have the complete set. Now I'm all decked out. Okay, so nothing else we can craft. I think as far as the brews go, there's not going to be anything. The brewskis. Might be able to upgrade them from the wine monkey back in the first area, but I don't think I'll bother with that. What curio did we collect? Oh. Moderately increases poison damage. Oh yeah, there was that poison resistance. There's been a shitload of enemies with poison. I should have put that on a while ago, maybe. Of course, the one that I have now, it's either I could... So I have one that increases the amount of will gained, and that's basically your currency. That's always nice. And then the other one I have is considerably increases defense, deals damage to surrounding enemies upon taking hits. I don't know how often that happens, but that seems like a pretty good one to have on. Oh, the art direction, Vale, and just the general look of it is great. That's probably the highlight of this game so far. I think it's a little bit weak on the level design, and the music isn't always apparent. And sometimes the controls get a little janky feeling, sort of. Particularly when you have to like pull up a menu to do stuff like reactionary things like parry and counter. But other than that, the visual of this game are fantastic. And it runs pretty good too. I bet you it would run even better on console for me, because I'm streaming, recording, and playing this all at the same time. Somehow I could do, in good areas, I could do all that, run this game at 4K and at 60 FPS. So, I mean, super well optimized, but every once in a while we get a little bit of a hiccup here and there. And I think that's just because of the amount of stuff that I'm doing on one PC at one time. But, okay, I think we're looking at a boss coming up here, so I'm just looking to get everything all set up. Oh, you're getting Silent Hill 2 Remake? I am still on the fence about that. I don't know if I'm going to get it. But, maybe. I bought a lot of stuff this year that I wasn't planning on buying. And this past couple months have been kind of crazy too, because there's been a number of things. There's a couple games on Steam that I want to get. I bought Visions of Mana last week. Been enjoying that. I bought this. So... it's like I wasn't really planning on buying all this crap, but it piqued my interest enough where I felt like I needed to. What else do we got? Oh, I wanted that. Perfect dodges leave an illusion in your wake, which explodes instantly, dealing damage to nearby enemies. Yeah, that sounds good. Maximum mana would be nice. I think I'll put a couple points on that. Maximum stamina I'm not too concerned about, but I don't know. Slightly reduces the duration of 4 Bane's effects. I mean, that would help against poison, I think. Stamina recovery rate, not too concerned. I guess we'll do an attack increase. 4 Bane's resistance increases critical hit damage. I'll do one of those. That might be it. I don't think we can get anything else. Casting Immobilize no longer interrupts light attack. Why not? Let's just do that. That is true. I'll be watching your stream to check it out. I saw that there was some Japanese folks. I think it was I don't know what kind of channel it was, but it was on YouTube. I think they actually have like a television channel in Japan though. But they had some gameplay recording of Silent Hill 2. I was watching a little bit of it. They were doing like the intro areas. The world in that game looks sharp. Not too fond of the character designs with Silent Hill 2 Remake, but the world looks great. So, if anything, I think I'm probably most excited to see Silent Hill, as in the town, in a sort of new light, as it were. Oh man, so we could then remaster Silent Hill 2. Ton of indie games. Oh, speaking of which, it's not an indie game. Although there's an indie-ish type game that I want to get on Steam pretty soon here. I keep forgetting the name of it. I don't know. I was talking about it before. It's that Japanese summer game. Looks real fun. And I like the art direction of that one. But with the Nintendo Direct that they just did, they announced that they were doing that Dragon Warrior 3, or excuse me, Dragon Quest, as it's now known. Dragon Quest 3 remake. Loved Dragon Warrior 3 on the Game Boy Color. Played that game so many times over. It was like one of the most fascinating RPGs for me. I don't think I can skip that one. I think when that comes out, and I think it comes out either later this month or early October, I'm going to have to jump on it. But, my opinion, out of all the Dragon Quests I played, 3 is still my favorite. I haven't played all of them. I haven't played as much as, say, like the Final Fantasies, but really looking forward to that one. Yeah. Yeah, Rebirth's going to take a while if you guys are planning on doing all of it, so. That's a big one. I don't think Mana's nearly going to be as long as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but I got you. Oh no, they turned him against me.
What on earth? It was one merry night, and now she wants to take my life. Following me, like a shadow. Can't you do anything without...
Oh, they made him bigger too. He was like knee height. I don't even know if he like went up to his waist, and the monkey is super small.
Spare me this burden.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I don't care. Yeah, I'm hopeful that the Dragon Quest remake will be, or remaster, or whatever you want to count it as, will be fun. Hopefully they don't change too much with it, because, again, I think that original one was so, or at least the Game Boy Color one, I know it originally came out on the NES, but such a fun game. Hopefully we just knocked some sense into him. I don't think that was enough for a full boss battle.
Keep off. Leave me alone.
They're whisking him away. Well, actually, I think he could do that already. Maybe he just, like, went somewhere. Hopefully that's the case. Can't not do everything on Rebirth, literally. Sinking weeks into the gold saucer just to buy level up materia. That's your virtual Disney World there. It's pretty fun. I wish there was more included, but I guess everything in the gold saucer wasn't included until after you get past certain points in the game, which are not covered in Rebirth, so it's understandable. Hopefully by the time the third one comes out, which there's been a lot of, seems like there's a lot of articles and stuff coming out recently, like, ooh, Rebirth underperformed. I still think they're going to be doing the third one, but a lot of people seem to be in doubt that the third part 3 is in some kind of dire straits. But anyway, hopefully by the time 3 comes out, that they'll have it packed with all the little arcade goodies. What they do have is pretty fun, though. Some of those are rough. I mean, I don't know that I necessarily gave up on it, but I mean, I've had other games come out, so I haven't been able to go back to Rebirth. It's still on the console. I guess there's nothing here we could do. Just gotta go back. Still on the console. I still want to go back to it, but you know, the longer in between the next time I play, it's like the rustier I'm gonna get, and like some of the harder things were like the boss battles. So I'm a little bit worried coming back to it. One thing I didn't do, because I just did it on stream and we were so close to the end of the game, I'm just like, yeah, forget about this. I'm not gonna worry about it. Or no, actually I beat the game, and then I went back to try it, and then I was like, yeah, it's too hard for me right now, because I needed to level up and grind a little bit more. But one of the hardest things in the game was the Gilgamesh stuff, And it's like, boy, that seemed rough, because he had to like fight, I think, multiple summons at a time, and they were like souped up versions of the summons on top of that. And it's like, even doing Chudley's whatever, his data research thing in VR, it's like, that was hard enough. It's like, I don't think I can do the rest of these right now. But it's like, yeah, most of the stuff that I didn't do was like the combat intensive stuff, and it's like, ugh. You just lose your edge after not playing a game for a while, so I'm worried about going back to it and that being the only thing I need to do. Because I think that's how it was for Remake. It's like there was a bunch of stuff that was in the Shinra Tower that, once again, was part of Chadley's VR stuff, and it's like I couldn't do that when I took a big break and went back to it. No, I got big again. Stay on track, not get sidetracked, come back a year later. Yeah.
You won't make me leave again.
Yeah, you don't wanna lose the edge of combat that you got with it. Oh, now I can spit up poison too.
There's no joy for me.
I had a grip of health there too, but whatever he did, that is like a wave of mud. I gotta say, these like little details when it comes to like the environment when you're fighting. I first noticed the effect in Stellar Blade. It was the boss battle with Taki, and it was like in a misty room, and there was like all this mist being whipped around based on where your character moved. Very impressive stuff. But this game does it all over the place. Like from the very beginning when you're fighting in the clouds, and you have like all those clouds that are whipping around where your staff's moving, and you know how your character interacts with it. Very impressive. I think maybe the very first time I probably saw something like that was there was a slight, like a much milder effect in Batman Arkham Knight. I want to say that's the first time I saw it, and it was only on PC. I don't think I saw it on like the console versions, but there was like this fog. It was like this brand new thing that you could do with NVIDIA graphics cards, and the fog would react to where Batman would move, but it was a much tamer version, and it's like they do it so much more here, and with other things too, because it's not just like you have a lot of these boss battles that are in environments that kind of react to how your characters move, and it's like with this one it's the mud. And I think probably one of the more impressive things is like how the tracks and stuff in the mud stay, because it's like I've seen that before. I remember seeing that maybe in like Red Dead Redemption 2, and it was impressive, but like everything stays where it was. I think the mud might be slowing me. Okay. shit, I think one of the copies hit him. I guess I should have expected a second phase, but one of the copies hit him, and then... He clearly wasn't almost dead. I think he's gonna activate phase 2. Rolling around like a pig in shit. He's no longer a pig man, he's just a pig. Oh no, he's a little warthog man. He's a little pig man. He's been with us for a little bit, but not too long. But he turned from a little warthog man into a big pig. But he could also turn into like this mud shrimp. I don't know what that is. Mud fish? Mud kip? Oh, I could turn into a rhino now, too. And there's something else. What is that? Oh, this is bad. Let's turn back into something normal. Goddamn. AC Odyssey, PTSD with the optional farting pig. I don't know what that is. Kills you by farting toxic clouds. Okay. That sounds horrifying. Monkey saved my ass, and I don't mean the one I'm usually playing as. I had no heals left. It was pretty much all on that transformation, but we did that that frost damage. Boy, that stuff works like a charm. Thank you, thank you. Now look at yourself. I need a mirror. Oh. I guess I didn't know he was actually a man. I just thought he was a pig. For all time. Oh, good. Yeah, get that thing out of you. That's what he got shot with at the beginning of the level, which we did not see on stream. But I did refer to it. Oh. Destined one's expression just does not change. The mirror is lying. He's not actually a man. Oh, I got some fine gold thread. I guess I don't need it now. And a blood-stained needle. Jade Moon Rabbit. New curio. It wasn't his true form at all. Okay, hold on. Let me rest first. We can craft new armor, though. Interesting. Non-pure broken mask. That is plus 10 defense from what we already have. Mud that stains upon detransformation and existing spirit skills grants considerable damage reduction for a short amount of time. When stained with mud, increases might recovery rate. Dodges and perfect dodges will also recover a small amount of additional might. Okay. Sure, why not? Yes. Okay, we've got... Oh boy, we need more fine gold thread. God damn it. Brand new armor set. Let's see. Any for sale? No? Damn. Wishful thinking. Too bad you can't craft that crap. I did notice this treasure chest, though. Maybe this will be generous enough to give me something. Just gold pieces. I mean, that's not bad, I guess. It's no gold thread, though. Yeah, the only gold thread that we've ever found has been the results of boss battles. Well, and I think maybe one or two I was able to purchase from the store. But, you know, it's not a good source. But no treasure chests, no nothing. Granted, I might not be the most thorough when going through these levels while I'm streaming this game. So there is big potential for me to be missing stuff, but I don't know. Alright. I get the feeling like this is going to end up being like a situation where it's going to be a boss battle after a boss battle after a boss battle. Maybe not quite as hectic or as rapid fire as the previous level, but I do kind of get that feeling here. Actually, wait a second. This level seems pretty damn expansive. Look at all that. Don't you hate it when there's a spot where you could clearly jump up to it had it been like a normally mapped spot, but just because the developers put an invisible wall there, you can't? Get out of here. Oh, I'm getting tagged from up above. That is a problem. Ah, see, now there's a rat man. You can see his ugly rat tail and everything. Gather? Gather what? Skanda of choice. I don't know what that is. Seek virtue in the mundane and tread with care in everyday parlance. Let caution guide your flair. Once hidden inside the Buddha's head, this treasure has a secret yet to be revealed. See, we got... Yeah, we got these... No, wait. What is that? I got that from something else. I don't know what that does either. So I got some other... Maybe these all correspond to each other, I suppose. I thought it was because this is the same head they use for when we were getting those Buddha eyes out and we had to put them into the giant boulder. How the hell do I get up here? Oh, here we go. I'm not a monk, I'm a monkey. Very clear distinction. Yeah, there's a lot of weird oddities like that with ancient Chinese relics and stuff. Although I find like a lot of, unless it's a Buddha, the Buddha's heads usually have the serene smile, but there's like a lot of like other statues that have like wrathful faces. We passed a few other, the level, not level design in terms of how it's laid out, but level design in terms of how it looks and everything. Level design like that, the art direction on this game is amazingly detailed, and it really adds to the general appeal of the game, I think. We've seen a lot of them in past situations. This area has been a little bit more rural, though, and on top of that, everything's been covered in eggs, spider eggs, and webs. Dragonfly guai. See, now that one, I don't know how handy that's going to end up being. Also, this looks like one of the scorpion guys we fought earlier, which I'm not exactly interested in doing again. I'm going to run past here just because I'm curious to see where this takes us. See if I could bypass a few of these enemies at the very least. Hey, here's a shrine. That's a good sign. Cave, it's dark, there's webs. Here's a little bit of light.
Why dredge up the past? Aren't we here now? Don't you remember how I spared your life when he asked me to clean up the rest of your sisters?
I do remember. And more than that, I even remember how I survived on my sister's flesh after you left.
Sounds like a you problem, lady.
It's not all on us. The culprit is that centipede. All would have lived if he didn't weigh my master's flesh over your lives.
Yes, he was blinded by greed. But he has repented and made his compensation. He even offered that thing to sustain my life. Otherwise, I'd never live to see you today.
Dear, is that true? That thing is in your hands.
Unbelievable. Even now in your heart, the monkey still comes first.
The monkey? Nah, for me, beauty always comes first.
Good. Carry on with these nice words. Once I'm satisfied, I might lift my finger and tell you where to find it.
You wicked hag! Can't you see your old face? Still obsessed with all this lovey-dovey crap at this age? Ridiculous!
Every day trapped in this hollow, I missed and dreamed, waiting for the day to eat you right after we mate, so I can heal.
Then eat!
What a horrifying experience that would be.
Ceremony and vows!
It's like the worst of both worlds.
My appetite is lost, not just for you, but also for her.
Who's she? What's up, Akuma?
Hideous! Hideous spider! Who fathered such a thing? Your fate today has nothing to do with me! I had my mercy misplaced, that's all! What took you so long? I almost died!
Time to step in.
Go quick this hag and get me down!
Monkey's the bane of my life. Why do you always have to ruin my plans? In what way am I any less than monkeys? This monkey that you love, I'll chop his heart.
The one in the web? That's our pig friend. He's a little warthog fella man. And then when he got infected with the spider venom, he became a big warthog. And then with mud, he turned into a rhino. And a fish. Also, I was trying to make sense. I guess the autofinish messed up your sentence there. I was trying to piece together what you meant. You meant Soul Calibur looks better in this game. No, Soul Calibur does not have Ivy. It's got some, there's some fairly attractive women, though. They're not nearly as revealing, though. Oh, all these, with a lot of the characters in this game, there's a lot of people that can turn into, like, animals. It just seems to be a thing in this world. Ironically, though, the closest animal to a human being, the monkey, he cannot seem to turn into a human. He's just as he is. So he just, I mean, he kind of looks like a hairy guy in general. Anyway. Oh, Lord. This could be a problem. That's always been a thing, though. I know you're joking around, probably, mostly, I think. But fighting games, especially lately, have always looked beautiful. But, you know, sometimes I wonder that myself. I'm like, wow, they really put a lot of emphasis on the visuals. But a fighting game is so restricted. I mean, you know, whether it's the level that you're playing in or the moves that you could do, everything is so precise. It's like, there's not a whole lot of room for variability outside of, you know, doing combos and stuff, that you could put a ton of focus on visuals and it's always going to look great. Whereas it's more impressive when you have good visuals with a big open game like this, where there's lots of room for error. Shit. Okay, time to use some abilities. Not the latest one. I haven't been the biggest fighting game player of late. The latest fighting games I've played have been Tekken 7, Soul Calibur 6, Street Fighter 5. Use the goddamn pill. There we go, finally. got the original Dead or Alive. 2 hardcore. 3. I think I have 4 too, actually. Son of a bitch. How do I get out of that? I know I'm on a giant web and everything. I guess you just gotta take that damage. I think you have to wait until like the web dissipates or something like that, but god damn. Like I couldn't move. I was like button mashing to see if he could break free any quicker. And it's like when he broke free, it's like you just run up and do another web. Because the whole thing is web. The whole level turns into webs. I don't know. Hopefully it's not a situation like we had with the Yellow Brow last time I tried to play this, where it's like you're forced to eat it damage. Yeah, the web shit is like really frustrating though. Yeah, this game isn't always fair with its bosses. It's not like other action RPGs where it's purely skill-based or anything like that. Sometimes it's like you have to eat. I mean, I guess it's skill-based in the long run, but you have to like take damage. There's like nothing you could do but that. And it's like I feel like with other action-adventure RPGs, that's typically not the case. I can scarcely think of games where you're like forced to eat damage. I don't know, Wukong, I mean, this isn't technically Wukong, this is the destined one. So he's like trying to free Wukong or bring Wukong back or whatever. But Wukong at the start of the game you get to play as, and he had, you know, the Quinto-un. The flying Nimbus. See what's going on. I think I'm stuck. Something like that, maybe. I don't know, he was just a follower of Wu. I mean, unfortunately, it's kind of like a sequel to Journey to the West, so it's not like you're going to get a full story. There are a lot of elements of Journey to the West, and I think even like characters and stuff like that, but yeah, I think it acts more as like a sequel than anything. Okay. No! Stop it! Stop it! Suck it. Second try's not bad. Looks like it's not over yet.
Go after her! It's not over yet! Oh, I can take care of myself!
Ah! No! No, that's gross. Oh no! Oh! Holy shit! I don't think I've seen that many spiders represented in any fashion. Ah! That's nasty. No, they're killing me too. Damn it! How do I get them off? Oh, I got wiped out. I wasn't even aware they were like on me. I was like too busy looking at the stuff from behind. That's sick. Wait a second. So, okay. Do I have to fight her again? Okay, no, you don't have to fight her again. That's good. You just have to run through this shit. I wish. I don't have any fire. I think I just had like a really bad lead because I wasn't sure where to go. Because they were like right behind me. Oh shit, here we go again. Okay. I guess you're scripted to fall there. Man, we were so close to there too. It's alright though, because it's not like I had a bunch of heals left or anything. So was I saved or what? Maybe it was that one lady. She could turn into a spider too. I'm just assuming everybody could turn into spiders here. Temple of Yellow Flowers. We can craft something new again. I don't think I want to do that. Well, actually, hold on. Oh, it costs a shitload of money, though. Cosmo Radiance, Gold Tree Core. The only thing I might be interested in creating this for is the fact that it might open up additional weapons after the fact. I don't know. We can make this, though. Attacks up by 5. And we get plus 7%, I think, on... Oh, wait, no, that's... Yeah, no, that is critical hit chance. Okay, cool. We got a spider leg, sure. Alright, fair enough. Fine by me. Alright. Was there anything else missable? I do not believe so. Oh, hey. Hello up there.
We all know, right?
I thought you were friendly. I see I was wrong. These people aren't here to make friends. What's all this blood from?
That face.
What, just because I'm a monkey? What even are these people? I should have pulled up the thing. They're like, windmancers or something, I don't know. Airbenders. Just gonna stand there, I guess. That's fine. Waiting for me to make the first move. Honorable. I don't even know what that is. What is that? It's like a snake man. Get out of here, snake man. Fruit of Tao. It's a new soak. Couldn't tell if that was a treasure chest in the distance or just a rock. I think it's a rock. I think it's Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson back there. Bad opportunity to unearth one of these bastards. But I guess he wasn't that bad. Oh God. Oh, so jolly, getting your ass beat. Alright, that looks like it takes us where we need to go. Let me do that. Let me get this, and then I'm gonna see what that thing in the background was. That's weird. Shit, he interrupted my attack too. It's like a tiger man with a very long neck. I gotta know what that is. Snake Sheriff. I guess I didn't anticipate that being the name. A head so large, a tail so thin, 7 feet long. A pattern-formed electric eyes, fierce and strong. With tiger stripes it boasts with pride, yet beneath its head a strange guise hides. Yeah, it's a weird one, alright. Oh, at least there was a treasure chest here. I do enjoy that. Ooh, fine gold thread. I could potentially make one more piece of armor. Or actually, well, I mean, I guess masks are still a piece of armor, so yeah, that counts. Okay, back up this way. There was the stone bridge. Just making sure I don't get jumped from behind. I had a feeling there'd be multiple enemies up here. I just wasn't sure where they'd be coming from. Oh no, another one of those. I think in this case I have to fight it. Oh no, what is that? Oh no, it's a worm man. It's like a Resident Evil enemy. Worm practitioner. Swallowing pills to hasten flight in tainted streams, he shares the blight. Better to seek the straight and true than in crooked paths pursue. Alright, he drank from a bad stream and it turned him into a worm man, I guess. Surely that's not going to turn into a man.
Who goes there?
It's me. I'm the monkey. That's like the clearest voice clip I've heard in this game. Nice. Get those spiders off. We don't need those. Oh, we got a new soak. That's right. What does this do? Using the gourd moderately extends the duration of invincibility upon executing a dodge for a short duration. Oh, short duration. That sucks. I do love... Oh, that was one of the other things. I was talking like a ways back about one of the upgrades, or some of the upgrades that I had gotten. One of them was increasing the amount of iframes you get with the dodge, which I wasn't even aware was a thing. Normally it's a set value. I guess it's not in, what's it, Dark Souls 2? Dark Souls 2 has that weird stat that never happened again, where you can upgrade it and increase your iframes. Alright. Yeah, let's do that. The spider armor. +3, okay. Sure. Do the +5 armor as opposed to the +3. Oh, I can make that too. Shit. I can make the full set. Oh, did I not? Oh, damn it. I think I backed out too fast. There we go. And it increases poison resistance. It's pretty good all around. Alrighty, Haikiri. Well, thank you for the raid earlier. I do appreciate it. Have a good night. And hopefully I'll catch you on one of your streams next time. Oh, look at that, a meditation point. I almost ran right off that cliff. That would not induce some meditation state. That looks great. I've been looking for some of these type visuals. We need those unique, like tall Chinese mountains poking out of the valleys and rivers and fog. I would love to go see that, but also traveling to China worries me. I don't like the idea of it. I did have a friend that lived in China for like, oh boy, it was a while. It might have been close to 10 years. He's moved back since then, but he would have been if he was still there, I'd probably take him up on an offer to go visit. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you for the shoutouts as well, Haikiri. Excuse me, sir. I clearly set my dub language to English. You should not be speaking Chinese right now. Oh, look at that. Beautiful crane that seems to have pathfinding issues. Keeps crashing in the trees. Yeah, I think it's a beautiful country, and I think it would be amazing to see, but I don't like traveling in general, and traveling to a place like China just doesn't seem like a great idea. I mean, you know, I'm sure thousands and tens, hundreds of thousands of people do it regularly, you know, that aren't even like Asian natives, but it ain't for me. I might do Japan. One hit. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh. I was like looking at that poison meter, and it's like it shot up super quick. I ended up getting poisoned. Maybe it was already poisoned beforehand. I don't know. But there was like the particles floating around and shit, and I was trying to heal, but bad spot to do it, I guess. Forest of Ferocity, no joke. I wonder what they're saying. Ah, they're training. I was gonna say, it almost sounds like they're instructing on something. I mean, should I go in there and just like try to wreck everything? we're still in the cave. I see my clones did not take care of all of these.
I'd rather die. Now.
Push this guy off the map pretty soon. Let's get you back up here, sir. I was gonna say, that last little bit there, it seemed like he was wanting me to kill him because he wasn't doing anything. He was throwing a handful of moves at me before, but once he got kind of in that area, I don't know if he got stuck or what. But I don't know, maybe you beat it into the AI. Template of the Three Supremes. The Supremes? Summon a musical act. Oh look, we got the other hand. It must have been from that frog, because he had a hand in his tongue. His tongue was a hand, I don't know. So that increases damage reduction. Effect enhanced when equipped with gold sun crow. What the hell is that? Gold floor hairpin? I don't know. Wait. Virtuous bamboo engraving, that's it. Slightly increases might recovery rate. Alright. That's what we got. Considerably increases critical hit chance when health is low. I don't care about that. When my health is low, I am usually seeking to make it unlow pretty fast. That because I feel like taking on both these guys at once. At least not while one's active. Look at that. He was active for all of 1 second and he spewed poison everywhere. Out of my face. Away from my presence. Alright, I'll go ahead and save. Or rest. I don't know what we're getting into. I don't know where this... I mean, we're chasing the spider, I assume, but... like, the level has changed so drastically. I guess that's a good thing, though. Oh, that's where I heard this. I was like, I thought I heard 2. I think he was stuck. Once again, I question the AI pathfinding. Ah, damn it, they poisoned me. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Arena? No, this looks a little too varied. Hearing all these weird noises and I don't like it. Managed to stave off that poison damage for a good second there. That a goddamn kick in the nuts. You think you clear out a place and then some enemy pops up from under the ground. Get up. I got time for this. At least I can recover a little bit of willpower. Oh, the master.
Knowing the joy within the play, why chase the notes astray? Love and passion are as fleeting as the clouds. In the end, they leave nothing but cobwebs and dust.
That doesn't rhyme.
A broken mirror cannot be made whole again, my friend. Tell Master Pig, if you will, that attachments are not to be dwelt upon. Immortal once from above. For love she strayed, in her webbed prison. Through mortal years she stayed.
He usually only says 3 things. Oh, we got a wine worm. Okay. That was the big prize. Wine worms, I think, are the ones that increase the amount of sips you get with your gourd, so we got to take that. I don't think we could do it from the shrine. I think we got to take it to the monkey. The wine monkey. Probably would be a good idea to do that kind of like as soon as possible, but I don't know. Maybe I'll wait for the next shrine to pop up. One guy was yelling intruder and the other guy was like, I don't know what he was doing. He was like murmuring to himself. Big help there, buddy. Shut up. Did not ask for your opinion. Oh, you ruined it. Guarded area or torch area, which is probably also guarded. Let's not kid ourselves here. Gold pieces, not bad. This just looks like more forested area. I think I chose the right area. This is looking like it's, I mean, right as in the spot, path, whatever you want to call it, that takes us where we need to get to progress the story. I do wonder what was back in that other spot, but honestly, I'm kind of curious where the next shrine is. This looks like an arena. No shrine around here, though. Very odd. We haven't been here before, have we? I don't know, Vale. I think I'm maybe like halfway through the game, possibly. There is a spot that we accessed during Chapter 3. This is Chapter 4, and these chapters have been getting longer and longer the more I play them. Well, there was a spot in Chapter 3 where there were these murals on the wall, and the murals sort of corresponded to stuff I had already accomplished, and there were 7 spots total. And I think I had 2 murals filled out, and that was during Chapter 3, so that would have accounted for Chapter 1 and 2. So if I'm on Chapter 4, I would say, based on the mural situation, unless some of the latter chapters ended up being really, really short, which that could happen. Sometimes chapters in video games aren't consistently the same length. But yeah, being on Chapter 4, I would think that there's probably 3 left. That is true. In my particular case, I don't know. I generally tend to prefer, unless I'm playing an RPG, which I guess action RPGs are still RPGs. But, like, and you know, these types of games, they tend to go on for a while, but usually I like to try to keep a game to about 30, 40 hours. I like to be able to stream it for under 10 streams, maybe doing anywhere from like 3 to 5 hours per stream. If it goes on any longer, I start to feel like I'm sticking on it too long. And that's just me. I know plenty of people that would love to play a game for just ever. Just endless content. And it would be nice if you only ever, you know, bought a new game every, you know, year or two or something like that, and you could spend that much and still get like fresh content from it. But I get burnt out on stuff very quickly, and especially if I'm streaming, I feel like I got to move on to the next thing, like as soon as possible. Maybe not as soon as possible. I'm definitely not trying to speed run these things, but I wanted to keep a consistent pace. That's why I never do like grinding or, you know, sort of more side questy type stuff on stream. I tend to save that for stuff on my own time. And then when I do streaming, I try to go straight for like story objective stuff. And if I like a game, I'll do the same thing. I'll try to cover it, do 100%, get a platinum, or 100% it, if I really like a game. But I have to like really like it. That happens like maybe one game per year. It's just that time is a precious commodity, as I'm sure you know. And video games are a pretty big hobby of mine. I feel like there's so much out there that I have not tried, played, especially like even like super popular stuff that I really would like to get to at some point. And like the streams are great because they help me kind of like stay motivated to finish these games and such, but yeah, it could be a bit of a challenge. And again, I would like to try and get through them quicker than slower. It is kind of why I stopped playing certain types of games. Like, I don't play nearly as many RPGs these days as I used to, just because of the time sink that it is. He kept healing himself. I was wondering if we were going to get through that easy enough. Oh, he probably, yeah, there it did. He dropped his soul. Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. The nice thing is, like, if there's a game that's got a lot of content, if you do end up liking it, it's like there's always that replayability for me. I don't feel the need to go through first time around. Again, if it seems like a game where I can do it, I'll try to do it. And there are still games like that. There's still games that, you know, you could complete it, you know, a run through in it like 5 hours, something like that. Like Stellar Blade, for instance, that came out earlier this year. And it's like everything that was on the trophy list for Stellar Blade, everything that could be achievable seemed like I could do it in a short amount of time, especially since you could run through the campaign, skipping cutscenes in about 5-6 hours, something like that. And, you know, knowing exactly how you need to beat the bosses and stuff like that. So, with that one, I went through and I ended up platinuming it because I really liked the game and it was a short enough experience, even though I put like maybe 70 hours, 60, 70 hours, something in it. Even though I put all that much time into it, it just seemed more achievable than, say, you know, something like even this game seems a lot more expansive, or, you know, a similar type of game, maybe another type of like From Software game, like an Elden Ring or Dark Souls. There's so much in there. And it's like, in those cases, usually I'm content with just kind of going straight for the story stuff. And then, hey, if I decide to do a playthrough later on, I'll go ahead and knock it out and see if I can do some of that extra stuff. But, yeah, sometimes stuff just, for me, it just like drags on a little bit. And this is, I was shocked when I was looking at the recordings, but this is already going to be my 5th stream of this. And it feels like I already picked it up almost a month ago, but I guess it's been like 2.5 weeks or whatever. Oh, you tried. He was going to go for something. Didn't work out, though. But that's why it was such a relief when I took a look at the games coming out this year, and I'm like, oh, there's like barely anything I want to get this year. And unfortunately, for me, it didn't end up being the case, because I ended up getting probably almost as much as I have last year in about this amount of time. There's still room for stuff for me to not get later on, but it's like I was sort of disappointed when there was a handful of things, because, you know, I wasn't planning on getting this, I wasn't planning on getting Stellar Blade, I wasn't planning on getting Visions of Mana, and it's like I ended up getting all that crap. It's like, it's just more stuff. It's like I already have nearly 1,000 games that I own that I have not played. What is this? Sunset of the Nine Skies. Each sip gives 35% maximum health, grants considerable amount of ki. What is ki in this game? I don't remember ki being. Is ki like for the transformations? There isn't as much this year from the original onset, I think, that there was for me last year. Like last year, I felt like it was one of those situations where like the floodgates opened up, because there were so many games that had been held back in development from, you know, a period of like 2020 to 2022 when the pandemic was still strong enough that it was affecting, you know, the production of things. Oh, hey, we didn't get that. So I felt like last year is like so many games had come out just because there was this big release window where people finally had knocked out all the stuff they had been working on for years. And it's like when this year came around, especially early on, I was looking at it and I'm like, there's barely anything. You thinking about calling in sick just for Marvel vs. Capcom 2 dropping in about 2 days? One of my friends has been bad-mouthing that because they're talking about the netcode and how it's like one of the worst versions of Marvel vs. Capcom 2. But I can see the appeal if a lot of people are going to be hopping on board with it.
You must save me.
So, both my trap and my...
What's a sick day or two for a video game, though?
I just couldn't. The destined one that arrived and bested me.
It's right, I whipped your ass.
Has ransacked our hollow.
A mere monkey showing such disrespect. Your wound was recovering. But now it's getting worse. Fear not, I'll deal with him. But before that thing of mine, do you still have it?
I do.
Very well. Despite all your failures, you led the Destined One here. I shall reward you for that. But the thing I gave you, now I must have it. Comprehend my design. This, along with those relics inside him, shall free me of Kunlun's reign.
100-eyed Taoist master.
Yours, darling. I'll avenge you. Now let go of your misery and rest in peace.
I think the spiders are on my side. I can't quite tell. Oh, god damn it, I accidentally healed. Not sure about the netcode, but it's probably the best version of MVC. They'll have like weird stuff like Jin and Morg. It's nice to have a little bit of help, but I can barely get to them because they're all... It's like a pre-scripted cutscene that I'm trying to fight around my way around. I remember, I always wanted the PlayStation 2 version of Marvel vs. Capcom, and then I remember hearing after the fact that it was like one of the worst versions possible. But that was like one of the big things I was always looking for, because I saw it once in a store for a reasonable price. I was thinking about it, because it was about $40. And it's like, it became so valuable after that I was like, oh, dang it. I should have bought it that one time. But it was a lot of money for me. I ended up getting it on the digital version on PlayStation 3. But there wasn't, I don't know, whenever I get a fighting game, I always like it when it has a little bit of single player incentive. Because playing fighting games against my friends, I was always, you know, like king shit. I always had the best reaction time, and, you know, I could play any character against anybody, and I always felt like I was pretty good. And then once online became a thing, it was like, that was all over. It's like, I can't play against these people online. And fighting games multiplayer no longer became fun for me, so I kind of stopped my interest in them. I'm like, there's no way I can commit nearly as much time as any of these people that are playing these games regularly. Or, perhaps in some cases, I'm just not as good. So, fighting games, as fun as they can be, and I do like, you know, looking through the move lists and coming up with combos and doing a number of things. It's like, if there's no single player aspect to it, I'd lose all interest, because it's just like one of those things. It's almost like any other multiplayer game. It's just like a time commitment, and time is what I've got the least amount of.
There's another strike to man.
Damn it. Let's move that. There's like 5,000 components to it. Of course, he goes underground as soon as I summon everybody. Oh, what? I just used all my spells because I didn't know he was going to be doing whatever the hell this is. Wow, look at that. I was about to say, I might as well just give up, because I don't know what he's going to do, but it ain't going to be good for me. I guess I didn't need to rest. Well, let me see. All these spirits I unlocked that I'm never going to use. I do kind of like that aspect of it, though. Sort of reminds me of like Aria of Sorrow or something. It's just like there's a ton of enemies and they all got little abilities that you can execute in quick fashion, but 90% of them you're probably not even going to experiment with. He doesn't really, I don't know, he doesn't really have any major poisoning things, I think, that I got to worry about. I mean, I got him pretty low first time around for a first time fight, but it's just, you know, that last little bit there. Always tempted to pump it into mana or possibly attack. Quicker I could get a fight over with, better. Consumes moderate amount of additional mana, massively extend the mobile. Oh yeah, but then it increases the amount of mana that you use, which is why I didn't get it before. What else do we got? Each talent grants additional duplicate the cost of a considerable amount of mana. See, that's what I don't want. At appropriate times, duplicates can use Immobilize, Ring of Fire, and Rock Solid. I mean, that would be nice, but... I'm going to do it. I'm going to do attack and mana. If unliving in fighting games, DOA3 took some time and found out all the stage transitions you could. Nothing like a 20-story Izuna drop. I get it. There are degrees to that where I probably could find that fun, but... it's like every time I play a fighting game online, it's like some guy spamming some sort of energy projectile that he's mastered, and I like can't maneuver around him. It happens all the goddamn time. And then eventually I just said, I don't think fighting games are for me anymore.
Die!
Where they were running down there. It seemed kind of urgent, but at the same time it didn't seem urgent enough to the point that they were trying to kill me. It's like, well, there's like so much level up. Okay, there's a chest. I was wondering why I continued on for so long when, like, it seemed like the main boss battle was right around there. I will say, I probably... 3D fighters, I have less of an issue with that. So Tekken and Soul Calibur I've probably enjoyed the most. I can't do 2D fighters online anymore though. It's not fun. But with the 3D fighter where you have the additional plane of movement, that's much easier for me to get around. So if I could dodge to the left or right in addition to up and down, regardless of who's spamming what, I tend to at least be able to hold my own within similar people. So it's like I can work better with those. So the only fighting game, because I've not been interested in buying any fighting games. I think the last 2D fighter I got was Street Fighter V, just because it was like in a Humble Bundle or something that came with another game that I wanted, but I just happened to get it too, and I'm like, okay, I guess I could get this. But where do I need to go for this? Not there. There we go. I actively like purchased Soul Calibur 6 and Tekken 7, and at least I was able to play those to a degree online. Once I reached a certain point, though, it was clear that I wasn't going to be able to best anybody without committing some serious combos or sharpening my reflexes with those particular games at some point. But like Street Fighter, I'm done. I ain't doing that no more. No Marvel vs. Capcom, no whatever the other big ones are. Can't do SNK. Remake Celestial Medicines. What do you mean remake? Can I only make... I can only make 28 of them. Shit. I didn't know I maxed them out. I hope I spent them on something good. Oh, no. Okay, no, we still... Oh, good. Haha. I was worried. Okay, what do we got here?
Seek from within to ascend. Seek from without. Shut up, hills!
Well, if you're planning on redeeming it for a game, you better do it this month, because I'm taking that option away. And I mean for me to play during October, because we are locked in for horror games during October. Scoob wanted me to play something too. The sneaky devil, he hasn't redeemed points though, even though he said he would, but I might do it anyway. But he wanted me to do Clock Tower 3. Oh no.
From yin and yang, 5 elements emerge. From without to craft build.
That man is getting up there.
Uncover the secrets of sky and earth. 5 elements emerge.
Little defense boost. Oh, actually, I got a lot more than I thought. Shit. I was looking at the wrong thing.
Seek from within to ascend. Sky and earth.
Okay. Do that.
From yin and yang, seek from without to craft.
There's no attack booster, huh? Nope. There's resistance boosters, which I've not put any in at all. I probably should. But I think we're almost out of the cave. I'm pretty sure that would be the last boss that we just saw.
Uncover the secrets of sky and earth.
I'll do another mana. Okie dokie. There are a number of games I'm thinking of doing November, December, but yeah, I'll probably bring it back after October. Or whenever I'm done with I'll probably bring it back during October, late October, once I'm done with the horror games that I wanted to do. Court of Illumination. I'm still not 100% sure what I'm going to do for October. I mentioned the horror indie game anthology collection. I want to do that. Probably going to end up doing Clock Tower 3. I don't know if I'm going to do Resident Evil 3. I might. Are you just sleeping, taking a nap? Oh, his health bar is down like a little bit because he got attacked by the spider girls. So they still give you that at the very least. That's some bullshit. Why couldn't I get that attack in? I gotta be honest, I don't know what the hell they name them in Japan. I don't know if it's like one of those Kingsfield situations where one is actually two. But Clock Tower 3 US version on PlayStation 2. It's much more, because the way I remember it, the first Clock Tower game was like a weird, almost sort of point and click adventure that had like 2D assets and stuff. I want to say, I think the second one is similar. And then the third one was kind of more along the lines of a more traditionalized survival horror. Also, Clock Tower 3 is the only one that I own physically. And no chance in hell I'm owning Clock Tower 1 or 2. Did I hit him? I don't think I hit him that time. These damn grapple attacks. Clock Tower's rare. There are like 3 actual Clock Tower games, but Clock Tower 2 is actually another game with Clock Tower name on it. Yeah, it's always some shit like that. I am not surprised, nor do I really care, but it's like, there's always... Especially like the Wild West days in those 90s and early 2000s where it's like... people could be making whatever the hell they want and they'll throw names onto it. It's like that Final Fantasy Legends series. It's like a different name in Japan, but the publisher needs that name value because it would be popular in the US. So they're like, let's call it Final Fantasy Legends. Oh, he lowered my stamina by like a shitload. I don't know how that happened. And once again, we got to the final phase there, and it's like, I don't know, I guess maybe technically it's like half his health bar considering he's docked some at the beginning, but yeah, that part gets a little brutal since he can teleport and counter, and I think he's got that rock solid thing going on, so there were points where we hit him and we end up getting reflected. Or no, it's more like that gold thing that Yellowbrow was doing in the previous chapter. No, that's why I say in the thing, and why I put it at a fairly high value. It's like, I kind of hope that the people redeeming those will kind of get a sense of what I like to play and choose something that, you know, I'm not going to do just like a single stream on if they want me to see me like complete it or something like that. I mean, you could just do it if you want to see me suffer through something, and I'll play it for like 2-3 hours, but, you know. Sometimes that provides entertainment value. But yeah, if there's something you actually want me to complete, that's kind of why I say there and put it at a fairly high redemption amount. It's like, well, if you're familiar with the stream, you know what I like.
You are just that do more than dreams to give.
I mean, Quest 64 wasn't that bad, but at the same time, it's like an RPG, and it's like... You know, it's not... the longer... Let me just say this. The longer a game is expected to take to complete, the less likely I'm going to actually do it. Unless it's a game like I choose, or it's a game that I really like. Like, obviously, if it's a game that I'm streaming on here, and I'm not just saying, hey, I'm checking this out for a night, I'm likely going to go through 100% of the way from start to finish. But, like... You know, if it's like a 30-40 hour game or something like that, and it's like... You just want me to take a look at it? Unless I'm like really interested in it, I'm probably just going to do it for like one time. Like Chuckin did a redemption for Mother 3, and it's like, that was an RPG. That was a fairly lengthy one, but I was interested in playing that because I'd never played it before, and you know, I was already going through the Mother series and everything. Or at least I did Earthbound. Maybe I didn't exactly plan to go through the Mother series, but I at least did Earthbound. So that was a good pick on his part, because it was something that I was genuinely interested in, and it ended up going through 100%. Despite the fact that it was a longer game. Yeah, I got the PS2 version. If that's Soul Calibur 3, if there's another SC3, then I don't know. Oh, I'm distracted on conversation. This round is not going that good. So Clock Tower 3 was your favorite. They're all good in their own way. CT1 was just point and click, hide stuff. Yeah, that's what it seemed like to me. Also, like a legitimate physical copy of that game costs like $500. There's no chance in hell I'd ever be buying that. I mean, not to say that I wouldn't emulate it, but I'm just saying for the sake of saying. Like, if emulation were not a thing, I would never play that game. because I don't think it ever got ported to anything. I don't think PlayStation put it on the network. And like retail copies, older ones, go for a shitload of money. I was reading chat that time. Enjoyed Quest 64 yourself? No Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. As far as Quest 64 goes, you love that game. Again, it seemed like a serviceable game, but I mean, we were in the middle of doing a bunch of other stuff too, so I needed to get some things off the docket. One of these days I might go back to it. We've heard, or at least I've heard, but I remember talking about it during the stream that, you know, it's considered like one of the worst N64 games of all time, but I'm like, that can't be true. Well, one, like the N64 only had like 300 or so games on it. Like 316, I think was the number or something like that. And it's like the only like really good ones were like the first party Nintendo ones. Every once in a while you'd get like a rogue game, like a Snowboard Kids or Mischief Makers, that were like not one-on-one affiliated with Nintendo, that would like slip in there and either be considered a cult classic or like a really good one. But it's like there's a bunch of just like generic crap, bad ports, and it's like the cream of the crop probably only amounted to maybe like 50 games or something like that. So I, you know, having played it for however long we played it, like just under 3 hours or whatever, yeah, it's not that bad. But I don't know. I could think of a lot of better games to play too. I guess the son of a bitch does do poison damage. I thought he did less poison attacks than he did, but I noticed I was getting poisoned quite a bit the last couple times. Yeah, I think I got most of probably what's considered best of the best on the N64 physically. The only things I'm really missing are like Mario games that I don't care for. I'm not a huge fan of Mario as a property, and I don't like platformers either. So Mario 64 out of the question. Stuff like Paper Mario I'd probably get, but it's just so damn expensive. I guess maybe I'd get a repro copy if I really wanted to play off the console. I think my friend had the Space Invaders. You know, the other weird gem that nobody talks about is the Shadowgate 64. Always wanted to play that game. And it looks pretty okay. I'm taking too long with this guy. See, it's like I'm wanting to conserve my mana now, so I'm not using the spells, but like the spells are what was getting me through easily the first time. That, and he just like rebuffeted one of my attacks. Oh, right when I transformed too. Jeez. Hey you Pikachu, noise interface was horrible, pick up mess commands. If you looked up on quiet day, you had to tell him Pikachu commands. Yeah, I remember that. That, I think, was just purely building off the hype of Pokemon in the States, though. I don't think that would have gotten made. I mean, there was like, I don't feel like that was a game made with any sort of passion. But as like as an interesting little thing in history, I think it's kind of unique. What is this? Get that shit out of my screen.
You are just like those girls.
Yeah, there's two different versions of Castlevania 64. I forget the names exactly, but there was like the original version, and then there was a second version that came out that was kind of like a director's cut that had some new stuff, but it was mostly the same once you get to a certain point. Or it had like the same campaigns and maybe like a new character or two or something like that, but I think that one is generally viewed as being better because like the additional content is better than the original content. But I've watched people play it. Aspects of that game definitely don't look like fun. I've seen the videos of the girl carrying the highly explosive jar or whatever. How come I can't dodge that? I swear I was in a dodge roll when he came up on me. One thing we forgot to do was go to the winemaker. I need to do that. I think you only played the original. He should be close enough where he's doing that formation thing. Oh, maybe he's doing it now. I think he's doing it now. Oh yeah, Wave Race 64. Yeah, a lot of people like that one too. Yeah, he ate his weapon. He swallows it all.
I could trap him and I trapped you. And seize his life.
I was looking for a good opportunity to heal there, but it just didn't come. I had a handful of heals too. That's probably the best setup we've had for that portion of the fight. It sounds like a euphemism, Kuma. I have never heard of that. I'm gonna go to the winemaker because I forgot to do that. Let's see if we get a little upgrade going on. Yeah, he's the chapter ending bosses are always the hardest. I could beat most of the bosses in like 1 to 3 tries. But yeah, the ones that end the chapter, those are always like super brutal. Still, I don't think this guy's as bad as Yellowbrow from the previous chapter. Yellowbrow was, and I've mentioned it multiple times because I thought it was the shittiest thing in this game so far, but Yellowbrow was the one where you had to take half your health bar worth of damage. on 2 occasions. And if you had half a health bar, then you were left with just a sliver after the event. At least it doesn't happen this time around. Okay, I can upgrade the gourd. The gourd is nice and golden now. That's good. We also have 2 gourds we could buy. Health recover is half, but attack is increased for a short duration after you use the gourd. Now it's kind of shitty. It recovers a considerable amount of health for nearby duplicates upon using the gourd. That might not be bad. I think the only effect that I have with the one I have currently is it increases my speed, so that's not... wouldn't be a bad trade-off, I don't think. Each sip recovers 35% maximum health when health is below half. Using gourd grants a considerable amount of focus. It's a new wine.
Think of it as me earning a drink or two.
Upgrade drinks. Okay, we can finally do this one. Increase the number of slots for the soak, which is just from 1 to 2. Reduces the amount of health recovered from the gourd, but enhances the effect of continuous recovery. See, that's what kind of irked me before. And the 3-year-old coconut wine. I could keep upgrading. I can only upgrade that one once. This one I could continually upgrade for several more points. I think each one will recover more health. I don't know if it will give me more slots for soaks, though. Which is why the one I have is superior, I think. Consider my own keys. I don't know what the key is. What does key do in this game? There's probably a... something in it. Okay, so movement speed is what I got. That's the focus one, but... didn't I buy that other one, though? Hold up. Oh, this is a different type of gourd.
Remember, young.
See, but that one can't be upgraded. Oh, and we only got 6 with it. But it... the only thing is though, I'm only going to be able to use the duplicates like once. That doesn't help me out.
A sip makes one tipsy, many sips make you hammered.
One of my friends had Diddy Kong Racing. We played it pretty often. I know people seem to like that one quite a bit. I think it was superior, in my mind, to Mario Kart because it had like a more dedicated single player. It kind of reminded me of like Crash Team Racing in a way. But it had like more going for it. I always felt like Mario Kart 64 was more strictly a multiplayer type game. And playing Diddy Kong Racing, I always felt like there was a stronger single player aspect to it, which I thought put it above Mario Kart. Donkey Konga, I mean, I remember it. I think I even remember seeing a demo for it at like a Best Buy before and people like beating the shit out of it. But I never played it myself. I don't think anybody I knew had it either. That was my thing, and that's why I never got at most of those games, like a lot of the Mario sport type games. And the, you know, like tennis or soccer, what is it, Blazers? I don't know. Golf. Actually, golf had a stronger single player aspect too, but a number of those Mario games definitely cater more towards multiplayer. And it's like, if I was ever playing multiplayer, it's like by the time I had an N64, it's like it was too late. All my friends wanted to do stuff on the PS2 or the Xbox or the GameCube. So it's like when I had an N64, those games had kind of lost their value. Because there's probably upgraded versions on other consoles that we had. Boy, I'm noticing that move. I don't know. I might want to switch out for Rock Solid during this fight. Your rhythm game nuts, you got Samba de Amigo. Stupid hitting, shaking drums and maracas. Did you ever get the Gitaru Man? That's a hard one to get nowadays. I remember Samba de Amigo though. Loved Parappa and Jammer Lammy. I think just because of the music alone, like Jammer Lammy and Parappa 2 are my favorite rhythm games. Yeah. The only thing with emulation and rhythm games is sometimes you gotta work a little bit to get the what am I trying to think of here? The latency issues worked out, and not a lot of them have that just like right off the bat. Boy, we had a hell of a time trying to figure it out with Mother 3. It's not even a rhythm game, but the fact that it had a rhythm game aspect in the battles. That was a tough cookie to crack. Even that about Mario is great since you were basically family night every Friday. Get together for Mario Kart, Mario Party, Star Fox 64 multiplayer. Oh yeah, I used to have I had a shitty friend back in the day that used to love doing Star Fox 64 multiplayer because he was really good at it. And I was the only one that could like sort of semi-compete, and if I was ever getting the better of him, he'd just like immediately start crashing his fighter into the ground or something. It's the equivalent if he was using a tank or something. He could not stomach taking a loss. That kid was nuts. I mean, yeah, the N64 was great for families that like video games. All of my family members hated video games. I was always trying to show, like, you know, anybody, my aunt, my uncle, my mom, my grandparents even, like, oh, this cool video game. None of them had any interest whatsoever. So my gaming experiences were always just with friends. So it's like when you have specific circumstances that you have to cater to. It's like that's what you gotta like work with. Oh, I am out of wine. I starts doing that shit too. I got tripped up on that one too because he hits you at first, and then like I'm trying to dodge the initial light beam that comes down, and it's like I dodge that, but that's not where the hit is. It's like that's like a guiding marker or something, so you have to like let the thing hit you and then dodge, because like the actual hit is coming after that. I'm gonna do this one more time, but this might be a case of like yellow brow again, which sounds like a double entendre for like pissing your pants or something. But yeah, I might have to do a yellow brow situation where I attempt this boss battle like off stream, because oh, it's late.
I see no rival. I girl, but you. Now you shall pay their debts.
No, you don't. It's fine. My family's always more into like movies and TV shows and stuff. They got their hobbies, I got mine. But yeah, I was always the odd one out because I was the youngest generation by a lot in the family. So, you know, my taste catered more towards video games, so they kind of did a little bit more older stuff. My aunt eventually, she ended up getting into video games a bit. She's the one that like co-bought the GameCube, and she had a few things that she liked to play on there. Pikmin was her favorite game. When I got a Wii U, I had lent it to her so she could play Pikmin 3, but she said it gave her nausea. So, I don't know. I mean, I ain't saying it's never happened. Dark Forces 3 made me feel like physically ill for like a day. Specifically the PlayStation port, though. I think the PlayStation port was just like that shitty. He's gonna do the thing. And can escape the light in the sight of his ass. Get the thing out of there. That's not where that goes. I got it. Alright. When he, that was probably the, like, I said it before, but it was true back then and it was true now. That was probably like the best setup I've had for that portion of the battle yet, but, he got me with a shocking attribute Which he completely changes the attributes that he uses. So during the first part of the battle, he does poison, and during the second part of the battle, he's got electricity. So it's like you have to like prep for both, I guess. Maybe I should. Well, I don't know. That would dock my defense a bit. But I think the armor that you get from Yellowbrow from the previous chapter protects against shocking status. So it might be good to do that. I could get to the second phase. I don't want to say no problem, but I could get to the second phase easy enough. But yeah, it's like that second phase is a little bit much right now. Lots of teleportation, lots of invulnerability states. He just like guards and defends or has counterattacks. That I don't know. They might have a rhyme or reason between them, but I can't tell. Not just by looking at it right here. Maybe if I was playing on my own, I could focus a little bit more. But yeah, it's a weird one. So I don't know. I'm sure I could knock it out on my own time, but 3 a.m. Maybe not. We'll see. I think I'm gonna call it here though. We had a pretty good stream. 4.5 hours. It went on longer than I thought it was going to. But I did genuinely enjoy playing. Game ran beautifully this time around. We had a little bit of an issue when I like tabbed out for a second. Because I think tabbing out and hitting up another application for a second, like my web browser, made it kind of like have to refocus itself. But once it did, it was, yeah, knock on wood. It played fine. So, I don't know. This game got updated twice also. So maybe that had something to do with it. But I think, yeah, 2 times since the last stream. So that might have fixed some issues that we were having. I'm not too sure. But if it did get fixed, I'm glad it did. Let's see here. What we got going on. I will be back tomorrow. We will be going back to Ape Escape since I started that up last week. And that will be fun. We got, I think, about halfway through the game last time, so we might be able to, I don't know. It could get a lot harder than it has been, but we potentially could be able to knock it out. So we'll see how it goes. I would like to try and do, like, the second and or third one at some point too. I think those would be fun to play. Thank you, Chuck, and appreciate it. And thank everybody that came in on the raids from both Haikiri and Velution. You guys are awesome. I appreciate those as well, you guys. So thank you, thank you. All right, Sam. Sorry, I'm pulling up the Haikiri Nation team. We've got a Heart stream streaming some Astrobot, which seems to be a delightful game that a lot of people seem to be liking. I think I'll go ahead and raid them. Is it 2 underscores? There it is. Have a good night, Akuma. Thank you for stopping by. Always a pleasure chatting with you. Yeah, it's 2 underscores. Okay, we're going to raid Heartstream from Haikiri Nation team. And they were playing a little bit of Astrobot, new game. Looks like fun. Maybe something I'll get at some point. The Femme? Boy? I appreciate it. There's the one that I posted earlier, though, yeah. So that one ended up getting knocked out over the weekend. I've got to do the what is it called? The next one in the line of that CG series. So that should be fun. But thank you. I appreciate it. I know what you're talking about. I should have posted the before and after because there was those are fun to look at. I did that with the last one too. So I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it, everybody. You guys have a good night. Again, I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to do some Ape Escape. So should be fun. But you guys take care. Have a good night. We will see you next time. Until then, later. Have a good night.